Morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Council. May we proceed, Commissioner?
Please do. Good morning, Mr. Odie.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning. And I believe that Ms. McIver for the MTO is starting off today. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commission Council. Good morning, Mr. Odie. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. My name is Heather McIver, and I am counsel for the MTO. I just have a few questions to ask you this morning, mostly regarding the testimony that you gave yesterday. My first question concerns your conversations you referred to yesterday with MTO personnel in the field. I believe you said you had conversations with MTO personnel in which they told you about their experience with SMA on provincial roads. And you mentioned that contractors were taking the credit to switch. Is that, did you mean to refer to a credit from MTO?
I know perhaps I can clarify.
Sure.
It was the CA firm that was doing the contract administration for the I can't remember, the 2005, 2008 I think was the contract number for the Red Hill Valley QEW interchange, which
right.
is and they had heard. So they hadn't done it on their road. They had heard, and that basically the MTO on their contracts, because both they would have had prices for both SMA and 12.5 FC2. So they were saying, you know, SP 12.5 FC2 is a very good. Basically, there's only two asphalts you can use for high volume roads. It's 12.5 FC2 or SMA.
Right.
So they were that's, and again, that's what they had heard.
And so you referred to a credit though. So
no, it's a credit on whatever MTO contract. So it wasn't for the 2005, 2008 contract they were doing.
Right. And so that contract aside, because I appreciate that this was before the paving of that contract, it was still in the discussion sort of phase. But you mentioned that it was a credit for a switch. So by that, are you referring to a credit provided to switch from SMA to another aggregate? Is that
No. Sorry, I should let you finish speaking. I'm sorry.
No. If you could just explain, I guess, what you intended to say by a credit to switch, that would be helpful.
Okay. When you have a unit price contract and you have unit prices within the contract, you can say, you know, you're allowed to go, if they're major items, there's other special provisions that deal with overruns and underruns. But so when I mean a credit, I meant, okay, instead of paying the contractor, let's say $100 a ton to put down SMA, he has a unit price of 90 in the contract for 12.5 FC2. Ergo, you get a credit of $10 a ton. It's not really a credit. You're just paying the appropriate item to do the work.
Right. And so I guess I find that interesting because around that time, I expect MTO witnesses will confirm that credits were being offered to their contractors to switch from using SMA. And so are you saying that's not what you were referencing when you made those comments yesterday?
No, it wasn't that. Again, this is what they had heard. And I said, like, again, you look at my contract for the Red Hill Valley Parkway paving. We had both items, but, you know, because I was like, wow, $10 difference. I said, you know, we only have $1 difference is what the contractor bid on ours. So, you know, so it was those kind of things. Again, they hadn't done it. Again, this just is what they've heard. So, you know, is it because other CAs were their firm on those other MTO contracts? I can't recall the details of the conversation, but it was, so when I say credit, I'm going on that assumption that I just said, you know, that yes, they had prices for both, and you say no, do one or the other.
Okay, and so you're not referring to switching to another after a contract is already in place for SMA?
Correct.
You're saying
I'm not referring to that, no.
choosing how to bid on certain projects.
Yeah, again, in the conversations, there was never that details of, yes, did they have unit prices for both? What other kind of asphalt? It was just, oh, they were getting a credit. So again, how my tender was set up, like there wasn't probing questions. It was like, oh, okay, wow, $10. Gee, you go back and look, I said, we only had $1 ton difference. That's all.
Oh, okay, and so that's something you would refer to as a credit, although you're really just talking about the unit price for
Correct.
bidding on work.
Correct. But if you look at it, I just saved $10 a ton. So if you have unit prices, yeah, you're paying the appropriate and you saved, or got a credit if you want to say it. So there wasn't any, I wasn't aware of what you were saying, that they were actually asking to say, put down 12.5 FC2. I wasn't aware of that. In the conversations, I assumed, again, I can't recall the details, but it was more of the, SMA is a really tricky mix, finicky. I get my geotechnical saying the same thing, but again, you said when it goes down right, it's a great mix. So.
Okay, and you mentioned that you had the conversation shortly before paving. And again, I expect MTO evidence will be that at that time, on our already bid and awarded contracts that haven't been paved, we were offering credits to switch from SMA, but you're saying you had no knowledge of that.
That's correct.
And so what was your interpretation of why the contract administrator was bringing this up at that time to you? What was the purpose of this discussion?
I can't recall how it came up. I really can't recall. He was, we were probably talking about a lot of other things as well, and this just came up in the conversation about asphalt. So nothing. Again, I wasn't aware of what the MTO of the early friction problems the MTO was experiencing at that point in time. Before we paid, I didn't find out. To the best of my recollection, it was around just after the friction testing was done in October of 2007 on the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Okay, I believe you said yesterday that you then went to Dr. Yuzerowski and suggested perhaps going to super pave because that's what the MTO guys are doing. Do you recall making that statement?
Yes.
Okay.
And that was before we were paving. Again,
right.
no knowledge of the early friction issues. Just, in my mind, I said they're both good asphalts. But, you realize the SMA has the superior rut resistance. So it made sense to do it. And as well, it did have that other benefit of being quieter.
Right.
Okay. But that was an added bonus if you want to look at it like that, especially within our valley, because it was very hard to provide noise protection to those existing homes along there.
Right. Okay. Sure. I believe you said that Dr. Yuzerowski said he touted the SMA benefits, of course, and then mentioned that he wanted to collect more information because the MTO wasn't using it. What did you mean by that? What was the additional information?
I can't recall saying that the MTO wasn't using it. And was I making that comment in reference to the friction testing that was being done?
No, I believe it was around the same time that you mentioned having discussions with the folks associated with contract 2005-2008 for the interchange. I believe you spoke about bringing that up with Dr. Uzarowski. He touted the benefits and then indicated that he wanted to collect more information. I could have that wrong, and if that's not consistent with your recollection, that's fine, and I can move on.
Yeah, I can't remember what I thought I had made that comment about as to why we were doing the friction testing, and that I assumed because he was writing papers. I think I recall that's what I said yesterday, but you know, I'm speculating. I'd have to actually see the transcript, I guess.
Okay, that's fair enough. But just in terms of, in general, you mentioned the friction testing now. Is your recollection that you proceeded with the friction testing because of something MTO did? Like MTO wasn't using this aggregate, and that's why the friction testing was carried out?
Again, I'd be speculating, but again, it could be, you know, I knew Dufferin had wanted to get, you know, the possibility, said, you know, we're using it here. We'd like to maybe try and get it on the DSM list. And that's, you know, that's a whole other process. But this would be the test strip, I guess, for that DSM process. So is it, okay, I don't know, is it, I didn't realize you needed to do friction testing for DSM. So it's probably not that. In my mind, it was more Ludomir wanting to collect data for papers.
Okay.
Because of the perpetual pavement, the whole, you know, the whole thing that we were doing. Apparently we're the first one in Canada, but I think MTO beat us to the punch. I don't know. It doesn't really matter to me.
Now, in terms of what you just said for the DSM purposes, so you're not referring to a specific conversation with Dufferin in which they wanted to proceed with friction testing? Because
oh no, Dufferin, to the best of my knowledge, Dufferin didn't ask about the friction testing, and I don't even know. I couldn't confirm if it was Golder or the city asking for the friction testing. I don't believe it was the city. And again, I don't know. Was it MTO who asked Golder? Was it Golder? You know, from what I saw in the documents, it looks like Golder approached MTO.
That's
right. But that's just after I saw the information. Back in 2007, I didn't know that.
Okay, and so is your evidence that you were unaware that the friction testing was going to be conducted on your roadway in 2007?
Correct.
We know that Golder arranged it, and you're saying you were unaware of that.
Correct. I mean, if from what I recall yesterday, there was an email in September where Ludomir was in contact with I believe it was the group from MTO who would do the friction testing, and he had said everyone is away this week, including the project manager. So I wasn't aware of it till just before it was going to happen.
Okay, and so your evidence is that you became aware of it just before it was going to happen? In what context? How did you become aware of it?
Ludomir would have contacted myself. I'm assuming he would, you know, again, I'm speculating that he would have contacted Gary Moore and then, you know, make the appropriate field arrangements. And then the details of actually when it happened was either done through Walter or Andrew. Walter with Phillips, Andrew with Golders. I didn't know the purpose of the friction testing or why they were doing it, and I didn't question it either.
Okay, but you would have known that it would produce some sort of test results, I'm sure.
Yes, and Ludimir shared that information with us once it was
Right.
done.
Right. Okay, Registrar, could we please pull up the overview document chapter 3 to image 55? Okay. And so, Mr. Odie, at paragraph 111, we see the email that Dr. Uzarowski sent to you on July 31st, 2007, which you spoke about yesterday. And you indicated that this was sent to you late in the day on July 31st, and I believe paving was set to proceed August 1st. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I believe you also said there was likely a discussion earlier in the day about the issues that Dr. Uzarowski is raising here, which probably makes sense because from this email, it appears that the decision to pave the following day had already been made. Is that accurate?
The discussion, Ludimir, I can't recall the exact details of the conversation, but he had brought this to our attention so it was, I believe, myself, Phillips, and Dufferin on July 25th. So it was I don't know if that would have been the Friday, and then this was sent out the day before, yeah, because on August 1st. So yeah, yes, that's correct. So at that point, Dufferin was said that they were going to start paving on August 1st.
Okay. And do you still recall having a discussion with Dr. Uzarowski earlier in the day on July 31st?
No, our conversation would have been, it would have been the 27th. Sorry, the 25th, I think, is when they did the test strip. So the 27th is when we met on site. And Ludimir made us aware of the what's in this email. So now he was just putting it in writing, and and again, this was the advice that he gave to the city. And, we said, basically, Dufferin was proceeding. They realized at their risk to start the SMA paving.
Okay. I'm asking you because we know that Dr. Uzarowski confirmed with MTO on July 31st that MTO and the industry had developed concern about the early age friction of SMA. And he'd framed it as a rumor that he'd learned of sometime in and around, the lead up to July 31st. And so I'm wondering, I appreciate that now you're saying there was not likely a conversation during the day on July 31st, but is it possible that he raised the early age friction issue with you in your discussions in and around this time?
No, it was late in the fall. It was close to the opening of the road, right? And from the best of my recollection, Ludimir made me aware of the early friction just after the getting those results. I believe it was during the conversation about the results themselves.
Okay, and we yesterday we discussed the emails sent, including on July 23rd, where there's reference to verbal discussions about concerns with SMA. And I believe you couldn't recall what those concerns were, since, you know, approvals had been previously granted, or whatnot. Given the timing of at least Dr. Uzrowski's knowledge of the early friction issue, can you say for sure that these other issues and problems weren't about the early age friction of SMA?
Yeah, to the
I
best
can
of
just
my,
interject for a second there. We're going down a path of speculation here, and he's already testified as to his recollection of these events.
Well,
I'm going to allow the question. I think it's different from what was previously asked, Mr. Chen.
Thank you, Commissioner, and I'm happy to rephrase it. I'm interested in whether you recollect in that time frame a discussion about the early age friction issue, given that that's when it came to light, that it's when Dr. Uzrowski became aware of it.
to the best of my knowledge, no. I recall being made aware of the issue, late before we were going to be opening the road in a month.
Right. And I appreciate that you have a distinct recollection of discussing the early age friction issue in October while reviewing the test results. But would you agree that it's possible there were also earlier discussions about it?
To the best of my recollection, there weren't.
Okay.
Because, and I say that because when Ludimir informed me of it, it was like, I don't know. I don't know what the numbers mean. Apparently the numbers he said were very good. So there was no concern with friction. So it was like, and in my mind, it was like, well, I don't know, like we should have been made aware of it. Is there, but because I'm opening the road in a month, it would be kind of hard to delay it. But if we had to, you would. But again, given the friction numbers that they obtained, it was good to open the road. And did it just work out that because I don't know how long it takes for that, for everyone's purpose, I call it a sheen. It's kind of the asphalt cement, coating on top of the stone mix asphalt gets worn off because of all our construction traffic that was happening, September, October. We were, I guess, fortunate. I don't know if it would have been a concern with this aggregate, because what I've seen in other documentation because of the inquiry is that it was a particular quarry that the concern was over, not all the quarries. So, but I didn't know that at that time. But if we had a recommendation that we needed to do something from Golder, we would have done it. So that's why I'm very comfortable saying I wasn't aware of it back in July.
Okay, and had you been aware of it, would that be a relevant piece of information in terms of deciding whether to proceed with paving?
We would have had discussions with the entire team. I talked about the risk, and in the end, when you look at our staging, it would have been okay. Measure it. So if it had been brought up, I definitely would have been discussed and said, how do we proceed with this? And we would all, collectively have made a decision with, the recommendations from Golder, definitely with Gary Moore, and the contractor. We would have worked collectively to come up with a solution because, you know, to the best of my knowledge, MTO kept paving SMA up till about 2008, I believe. And then it went on a little bit of a, you know, I believe the MTO didn't do it for a while, not sure why. And then it came up again. And I found that out because in doing our resurfacing of the Red Hill Valley Parkway, I had contacted the ACE, the area construction engineer who was on that 2005, 2008 project, just because I knew he was in the area and you know, which asphalt was placed, because I knew the MTO had done stone mastic on the 403 from the Link interchange southerly. But I had believed that the piece that was done through the escarpment down to, I can't remember where the limits were, but I know I believe they went past King Street. You know, it looked like that was SP 12.5 FC2. You know, when you pull over on the road and you look at it, you can definitely see the difference between SMA and 12.5 FC2. So I was calling the MTO representative because I knew he had all the data. Or he had the information, sorry, on what was placed where, because we were still just anyway.
So Mr. Odie, are you mentioning that in reference to when you became aware of the MTO's moratorium on the use of SMA?
Yeah, correct. I found out about that in early 2019. But it wasn't he just, you know, it was just, yeah, we stopped using it for a while. Don't really know why, but yeah, we're back using it again and we apply a grit to it now.
Oh, okay. So your evidence is that you did not know about MTO's moratorium on SMA until early 2019?
Correct.
And by that time, it had been reinstated for 5 years, but that's when you found out about it?
Yeah, yes, correct. Because within the city, once Red Hill was done, we never specified SMA on any. I'm not aware of us specifying SMA on any other contracts. Otherwise, we would have found out about it. But you know, when we were going to do the Red Hill resurfacing, basically it's the two options. It's SMA or 12.5 FC2.
Right. Okay. And so Red Hill being your first SMA project that you worked on, you had no interest in following up on other projects or other developments with SMA moving forward?
No.
Okay. Now you said that had the early age friction issue come to light before paving, you would have discussed with the various team members, with Gary Moore, the contractors, and made an informed decision. When you learned of the early age friction issue, let's say when you had this discussion with Dr. Uzarowski in October of 2007, did you then flag the issue for Gary Moore or anyone else on the team?
No, I didn't. Excuse me. I just no, I didn't. Gary had received the results, and in my conversation with Ludemer, he had indicated the numbers were very good and that we didn't need to do anything. Something I can't recall exact details of the conversation. So it's like, oh, okay, all right, good. You know, and in my mind, you're going, wow, it would have been nice to know about this. But again, you know, so you'd have a plan to deal with it. But, you know, our numbers were, he said, very good. I didn't know what the numbers meant. I didn't realize the friction testing the ministry was doing.
So yesterday you mentioned that Dr. Uzarowski framed the numbers as very good for SMA. And so you would have been aware that the MTO was conducting friction testing on other SMA roadways at that time.
No, I wasn't aware of that.
And okay, and you were aware of the early age friction issue. You just weren't aware of what the industry and MTO were doing in terms of investigating or repairing it. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
And did you ever follow up for information about all of the efforts that the MTO and the industry put forward to deal with this issue?
No, I did not. Because again, it was used in our road and it was okay. And no, I didn't have any concerns. I didn't follow up because it wasn't impacting any of the city contracts or any of our proposed work.
Okay.
Again, the first time we start looking at it was in 2019. And then the only reason, again, is because we were looking at hot in place recycling seemed to be a very economical, good alternative. And it was, well, anyway, that's later on, I believe. But
Right.
So that's why we were looking at it in 2019.
Okay.
So I said to our design guys, I'll contact the ACE, find out, because I'm pretty sure we put 12.5.
Okay, I understand.
Right.
So just back to the test results. I understand that from a technical perspective, you didn't, understand them, but from a practical perspective, what I've heard is you were satisfied that they were good results. And is that fair?
Yeah, and in my mind, it was safe to open the road. There were no concerns expressed. If Dr. Ludimir had said, we need to do something,
right?
It was okay. Thanks for giving me so much notice, but we'll do it. Let's get it going.
Okay, and so I would be correct then. I assume that you didn't directly reach out to anyone at the MTO to discuss those friction results?
No.
And you wouldn't have reached out to anyone at the MTO to discuss or express concern about friction on the Red Hill in general, aside from that test that was conducted?
That's correct.
Okay, and I do understand as well that you were satisfied with the results. Yesterday, you mentioned that the city doesn't have, I believe you said, a friction management program, but I assume that if you had developed concerns about friction levels, is it fair to say that you would have explored additional friction tests, whether that's through the MTO or a private vendor or what have you?
Again, the way our roads are assessed through our asset management program section is they do a rating on the road, and it's a visual thing. I can't remember if there's a machine that like a LiDAR type thing that takes information, but the way we don't have a formal friction monitoring program. I'm not aware of any municipality in Ontario that has that.
Right.
And everyone basically looks at top-down cracking. How, in a normal cycle of asphalt, you place down asphalt, you're going to get cracking probably within about year 5, year 6. So you do a crack sealing program to, this way the water doesn't get down into the cracks, create potholes. There's a whole management of asphalt. So we don't ever, to the best of my knowledge, we never look at friction. We look at the base failures, potholes. We get a road condition index of it. And then our asset management section is sort of like a programming thing that says, here's the condition of the road, and here's how much money we have in the budget. Here's all our needs, for water, sewer. So there's a whole process of how they try and spend the money that we have wisely to make sure the assets, are preserved for as long as possible.
Okay, and so what I asked was if you personally developed a concern about friction on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, what would you do? Would you arrange for further testing? And so I guess you're saying no.
Yeah, I did not have a concern about friction on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. If it was within if I had that concern, I would have been reaching out to Gary, knowing that, okay, the ministry does testing, should we be doing testing? But there was no concern on my part about friction on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. All roads wear. As soon as you start putting traffic on them, they wear. You get cracking. So, in a very simple form, to me, you'd say, well, yeah, the friction would definitely wear down as, traffic is on it and is polishing the surface of that roadway.
Right.
We all drive, everybody in Ontario, we all drive highways, roads, everywhere, every municipality. I don't have this concern that, gee, I wonder what the friction is on the QEW or the 401. Maybe I'll avoid that road, so it's, all roads are slippery when wet. And you'd hope that drivers would adjust their driving to suit the weather conditions.
Right. Okay. And so, Mr. Odie, yesterday, Commission Council asked you about an MTO, a former MTO employee, Dennis Billings. You emailed him in February of 2008 with information about the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the SMA. I don't think we need to go there, although we can if you'd like to see it. But at that point in time, do you recall expressing any concerns to Mr. Billings about the Red Hill Valley Parkway and its construction, how it was being maintained, anything of that nature?
No, it was just to provide him information, and to the best of my, I was aware that Dufferin had told me that they were going to try and put that demix aggregate or get it onto the DSM list. So, again, I'm speculating, but in my mind, it's just, yeah, they want the information on that aggregate.
Right.
I believe the email was about that aggregate and how, and I outlined the quantities, everything, all that information so that so they'd have it.
Okay, and so I anticipate that MTO evidence will confirm that Mr. Billings was a member of that industry SMA task group that had been assembled to look into friction issues with SMA. And he was associated with one of those subgroups. So you don't recall conversations about his work on the SMA task group?
No, to the best of my recollection, no, not at all. Nothing about friction. It was, and I believe it was that he called me and left me a message that he was looking for information on that demix aggregate. So I do not recall any conversations about, his role at MTO or specifically what the information was for. Again, I'm speculating, sort of, in my mind, it was, oh, okay, this is that follow up there, because things take time, and that's not like it happens right away. There's processes that, that the MTO follows, and sometimes, they're a little longer than people would think.
Right, and so just to confirm, did you contact Dufferin at that time to inform them that MTO was looking for information about their aggregate?
To the best of my recollection, I didn't.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Odie. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I believe that Ms. Lorion for Dufferin is up next.
Good morning, Mr. Odie. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Odie, Ms. MacGyver just took you to Dr. Uzarowski's email from July 31st, so I don't think we need to pull it up again. But yesterday afternoon, Mr. Lewis asked you questions about the test strip and in particular that email. Do you recall being asked questions about that?
Yes.
And in that email, it said that Dufferin would be proceeding at their entire risk. Do you remember reading that?
Yes.
So within that context, I believe that your evidence was that if the test strip didn't meet all of the specifications, then you would have had Dufferin rip it out.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Within that context, talking about the test strip, I believe that your evidence was that if it failed all of the specifications, like if it was a horrible test strip, you would have had Dufferin rip it out.
Oh, if that was Golder's recommendation, yes, it would have been removed. There wouldn't have been a question on that.
Right. And that's because the party's relationship was one where if it needed to be ripped out, then the city or Phillips or Golder would say so.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
And you would pick up the phone and call Golder or Dufferin or Phillips to address issues right away.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And I take it that's because the city, Golder, Phillips, and Dufferin all had a collaborative working relationship on this project.
Absolutely, yes.
And then you also mentioned that if there was something wrong with the test strip or with the main line for that matter, another option would have been to leave it in place, but to apply a penalty.
Yeah, that's an option. And I know like in the MTO's end result specification, that's the normal procedure. However, that's where you rely on your geotechnical experts, on both sides, because the contractors have theirs, the clients always have theirs. And then there's always those when there is disputes, because things can go wrong just even in testing. You go to your referee samples, right? The only difference between the ministry and the city is that the ministry does cores, random cores wherever, and they use the cores to do the testing. We were using plate samples. So there were samples set aside so that if there was disagreements between the parties, and the reason for using the same plate sample is so that we're not, you're comparing apples to apples. And then if there was a dispute, you would take that sample, send it to an independent laboratory, and whatever the results are, that's it. If the owner is right, great, do whatever you need to do. The contractor would pay for the testing. If it's the reverse, that it shows no, the contractor's QC results were correct, then the owner would have to pay for it. And to the best of my recollection, we never had to go to that process on the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
I agree with your recollection, and I also believe that no penalty was applied in this case. Is that right?
To the best of my recollection, I do not recall applying a penalty.
And Dufferin was paid for the asphalt.
Yes, they were.
Okay, Mr. Odie, I'm now going to briefly touch on the lines of communication on this project. I believe that you mentioned that a lot of things were agreed upon or dealt with orally during the life of the project. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
And that's why, for example, Dave Hayner's email of May 17th, and let me know if you'd like me to pull it up, but that's the email where he said that Dufferin wouldn't warranty the asphalt or that was placed on that, which was constructed on material placed by others. Do you remember that email? Would you like me to pull it up?
No, I remember the email, but I also, I do recall Dave either calling me or telling me in person, can't remember which one it was, that, I have to send this letter. And it's it's a due diligence letter that, maybe, I don't know if you were their lawyer at the time, but someone said, you better do this, just in case something happens in the future. So I don't mean to downplay it, because, you know, in my mind, you know, there's not a concern. We had internally, and again, worked with Dufferin and with, you know, all our consultants to come up with a solution with the problems with the aggregate that was going in on top of the subgrade under the asphalt that basically Dufferin was told to put down. So we all addressed it and said, there's some risk here. We're going to, the city, our maintenance guys are going to save $2 million over time, and the project, we had enough funds within contingencies to address it. Chris Murray was very open, presented that to council. So it's not like nothing was hidden, and we proceeded. And you know what? And we didn't, anyway, so it worked out collectively together. I wasn't concerned about the letter, and, you know, I was pretty confident up through that area because it was mainly through rock that we wouldn't get any long-term settlements with the crossings. Because if that happened, again, is it really fair to me to blame the paving contractor because we had a long-term settlement from someone else who had done the grading?
Right. So
that's why I didn't discuss it with Gary, and it wasn't a real concern. It's like, okay, note to file, no problem.
So if I could synthesize your answer, is it fair to say that it wasn't a big deal or it didn't concern you because the parties had already discussed and addressed the underlying issue, and Mr. Hayner was merely ensuring that there was a paper record after the fact?
Correct, correct. And again, you know, the existing area that did have granular, Walter and I asked Ludimir, can you review this? This is what happened, you know, because if need be, we're going to remove that granular too, right? Like we're all, like everyone wants this to succeed and be done right. And you know, the response back was that, no, it's good. And it makes sense because that granular came out, it was produced from the dolomitic limestone. The shale, yesterday I had, I call it a sometimers moment, right? It's not, you know, as you get I think it's really about having too many things on your plate, but the shale was near the end of the blasting, the bottom. So as it got put on top of the piles sat for years, that went into the granular. Anyway.
Okay, so
Sorry.
I'm going to move on now.
Yes.
Mr. Registrar, if you would please pull up overview document 3, image 44, and paragraph 87. Thank you very much. And so, Mr. Odie, these are Dr. Uzarowski's notes that he made on May 28, 2007. And I appreciate that they're not your notes. But if you can see at the bottom there, well, just to read them, it starts like in the middle of it, it goes RBM test strip, mixed design accepted, and then it goes on to say field densities, air voids, AC content, SP25, and then it goes Marco letter to DCC, and I assume that's Dufferin Construction Company. Do you see that on the page there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and so my read of that is that Golder accepted the RBM mix design and that you would then provide the written confirmation to Dufferin about the acceptance. Is that your read of these notes?
No, I don't know what he means by letter to DCC. I don't know what that note means because to the best of my recollection, I did not provide a written correspondence to Dufferin about the RBM. You know, I don't recall.
So you don't recall if you did send a letter about the approval of the mix design?
Yeah, and if it wouldn't, it would have been, you know, again, speculating would have been an email, but so I don't know what that note means, letter to DCC. I don't know. Is it his letter to DCC? Is it my letter to DCC? I don't know what that comment means.
Okay. Thank you, Registrar. You can take that down. I guess because I would put it to you, Mr. Odie, that it wasn't unusual for there to be an oral agreement, and then for someone, whether it be Phillips or the city, to paper that oral agreement after the fact. Do you agree with that proposition?
Oh yeah, depending on different project things, yes. And to the best of my recollection, eventually the written confirmation regarding asphalt would have come from Golder, to the best of my recollection. But lots of verbal. It's yes, you know, yeah, good. You know, we need to get going. Okay, send the approvals. You know, get it. So if we had that trust built up, where you know, if we had said this, and again, if it's only between two people, then it's okay. What was the conversation? You know, you'd say there's always three sides to a story. The two versions and what actually happened. When you have more than two people in the conversation, then it's no. And again, our philosophy, the way we were operating, was that all the parties were involved. So if someone said, oh, I never said that, it'd be like, no, I was there. This is what you said, right? So there is that trust that, yes, we are given this, giddy up and go.
Okay. And so finally, Mr. Lewis asked you a number of questions about the email that you sent on August 9th. I just have a few follow-up questions about that. So Mr. Registrar, would you please pull up overview document 3, image 58, paragraph 120. Thank you. So Mr. Odie, I put it to you that you would not have sent this email if you were not confident that the contents were true.
That's correct.
And you were confident at this time that the aggregates had been approved.
That's correct.
And you were also confident at this time that the mixed design had been approved.
No, I didn't say that. I just said the aggregates were approved. The trial batches for the mixed designs met the specified requirements.
I see.
So I can't really, I don't know if at that point the mixed design had gotten final approval, because you do trial batches, right? And you know, the trial batches are more than likely they're laying it down at the portable plant, or you know, if you're doing a project, you might say, hey, let's go put the trial batch on this road, do the testing on it. There's that type of thing. But I'm pretty sure our trial batches were being done up at where the portable plant was set up.
Got it. So the trial batches for both mixed designs had met the specified requirements by this time.
Correct. And at this point, the SMA mix, I can say, had been approved for sure, because we were placing it. I can't recall if the verbal approval for the 12.5 SC2 had been given for the mix. That's why it's stating that, yes, the aggregates have been approved, right? But I didn't say anything about the mixes. The mixed design, the final mixed design, sorry.
Okay, Mr. Odie, you froze a little bit there, but I caught your answer. Mr. Commissioner, may I proceed with my next questioning, or do you want Mr. Odie to repeat what he said?
I didn't have any problem with his answer.
Okay.
If you didn't, then I would just proceed.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, and Mr. Odie, I take it that you would have been confident in the contents of this email, because Golder would have told you that they had approved the aggregates and the trial batches for both mixed designs before you sent this email. Is that right?
That's correct.
It was suggested to you by Commission Counsel yesterday that the most, I believe the words were that the most logical explanation for this email having been sent was that it related to Dufferin's application to have the demix aggregate placed on the DSM. And I take it, however, that you have no recollection today as to why you sent this email.
I can't confirm, but yes, that's definitely, a possibility of why I would have sent this email at the time. But I can't, again, it's speculating. It's like, yeah, it could have been, it was probably that. And, I know Dufferin had a lot of work with the ministry. Was this part of the process? Did they need it in writing from me, the owner, to say to the MTO, right? So it's a very logical, but I can't recall and swear that, that's definitely why I sent it.
Right. So you're just speculating.
Correct.
And you really have no idea, do you, as to why you sent it?
Correct.
Those are my question, Mr. Odie. Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chen, next for the city. I just note that we are running a little longer than we expected, so I just asked Mr. Chen to be mindful of that. Thank you.
Will do. Good morning, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Odie. Just a couple of questions for you. Mr. Odie, you discussed yesterday with Commission Council the timing of aggregate approval, and I believe he only showed you an excerpt of a document, which I would like to bring up. And that's HAM 7883.
Sorry, Council, do you mind just repeating that doc ID for me?
No problem. HAM 7883. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Odie, this is the site meeting minutes from May 8th, 2007. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And this document reflects the date, the time, and who attended the site meeting. You see that?
That's correct.
If we can move to the next image, image 2, which starts with matters discussed. And the heading number 2, asphalt issues, is followed by 2 paragraphs and then bullets. See that, Mr. Odie?
Yes.
So, yesterday, Commission Council had asked you about the first sentence from 2A that says the physical properties of the Quebec trap rock are all acceptable, and you testified that that was the approval for the aggregate. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So my question is in relation to the first paragraph of this section, if I can direct your attention there, which says, a detailed discussion took place amongst all parties in order to resolve outstanding issues pertaining to the acceptance of the applicable hot mix asphalt specifications. You see that?
Yes.
Does that description reflect how issues are addressed at these site meetings?
Yes, absolutely.
So if there are any issues, any concerns respecting a certain issues at these site meetings, would the parties discuss it openly and come to a resolution?
If it can be resolved at the meeting. Some things take a little longer, but yes. So any issues are, documented and noted, yes.
And the resolution would then be recorded in these, or the decision would be recorded in the site minutes?
If it was resolved in this meeting, it would be in this one. If it was something in between, it would be noted at the next site meeting.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. And again, we had monthly site meetings. I just want to clarify. Don't want to go too long, but we were making decisions as we went. We weren't waiting till the next site meeting. So that basically when you came to the site meeting, you were just now summarizing what had been decided through the last month.
Understood. And looking again at 2A, where it says the physical properties of the trap rock are all acceptable, would that be an example of a decision made at this site meeting and agreed to by all the parties?
And that would have been based, yes, correct.
And I understand that there were subsequent site meetings that right?
Yes, every month were the regular site meetings. If they needed to meet and talk about something else, we'd meet on site, but those might not necessarily get documented.
And just on those subsequent site meetings, did any of the parties tell you that the aggregate was no longer approved?
To the best of my recollection, no.
Okay. And what about outside of those site meetings? Did any of the parties tell you that the aggregate was no longer approved?
To the best of my recollection, no.
And so just so I understand, I think this is obvious, but is it normal course for the aggregate to be approved before the mix design is approved?
Well, in this case, yes, because we were bringing in an aggregate that wasn't on the DSM list or that the city had specified the contractor could use.
Okay, so I would just like to ask that GOL 1617 be brought onto the screen. GOL 1617. Thank you, Mr. Registrar. This is the minutes of the site meeting number 9, which you are in attendance along with representatives of Dufferin and Golder. Do you see that?
Yes.
And during your discussion with Commission Council yesterday on aggregate approval and his proposed summary of the events, this was not a document that you were taken to by him. So I'd just like to ask you a couple of questions about it. If we can bring up the second image of this document. Under the heading asphalt issues, bullet A. And you see here, it says Golder indicated after only a quick glance of the SMA mix design appears to be satisfactory. So what I want to know is if the discussion now at the site meeting has moved on to the SMA mix design and whether the mix design is satisfactory, it's your expectation that the aggregate would have already been approved well before this?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Registrar. We can take that down. And just moving on to a different topic, Mr. Odie, yesterday you were asked about an email from yourself to Dennis Billings of the MTO back in February of 2008, and MTO council had referred to it an examination earlier today. So could we please bring up MTO 38567? So yesterday, Commission Council asked whether you know Dennis Billings, and you testified that you didn't. You did not know him. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then Commission Council asked whether Mr. Billings asked you to send this February 2008 email, and you had to guess that would be the only reason you sent it. Do you remember? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then you had a back and forth with Commission Council on the reference to the test strip, which is the third paragraph in that email. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, Commission Council suggested to you that your response to Mr. Billings was not honest because your email doesn't say that the test strip failed. And you testified, and I'm summarizing here, that you believe the test strip didn't fail and that it was left in place. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, can you just tell us whether you stood to gain any benefit by being dishonest in any way in your communication with Mr. Billings?
No, not at all. And I don't believe that I was being dishonest, because from, I'd have to read Ludemir's email. He said it wasn't acceptable and he recommended another test strip. And again, I went through in a lot of detail yesterday about, not everything meeting 100% of all the specifications on every single test. So in my mind, yes, the 6 to 7 months later, it generally met specifications is what I meant to say. And given Mr. Billings' position in the MTO, I would believe he would be aware of that not all parameters are passed.
Understood. And similarly, this is a slightly different question. Would the city benefit in any way by misrepresenting anything about the test strip in your communication with Mr. Billings?
No, not at all.
Okay. And can you also tell us whether you stood to benefit in any way by being inaccurate about the test strip in your communication with Mr. Billings?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
And again, can you tell us whether the city stood to benefit in any way from an inaccuracy in the email about the test strip to Mr. Billings?
To the best of my ability, no.
Okay. And did you receive a response from Mr. Billings?
No, I don't recall. Like, you mean like a thank you, thanks for the info, or looking for more info? No, I don't recall.
Okay. Did anyone else at the MTO follow up with you in respect of that email?
Nope. To the best of my knowledge, nope.
To your knowledge, did your email have any impact on any steps taken by Mr. Billings in relation to his inquiries about the Red Hill?
I'm not aware. I again speculating that this was about getting the aggregate on the DSM list. I wasn't aware of what was going on with the, I was aware of early friction, but not the concern about this aggregate, or if there was a concern.
Okay, thank you. So now I want to go back to your discussion with Commission and Council regarding the drawings of the Red Hill. Mr. Registrar, if we could turn up OD 3.1, image 8, I believe. So yesterday, Commission Council had asked about drawings, and you had a discussion with them about the for tender, for construction, and as-built drawings. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were asked by Commission Council whether there are as-built drawings. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So I just want to make sure I understand that part of your evidence. Do you know if there are as-built or as-constructed drawings that were created after the Red Hill was paved?
To the best of my knowledge, they weren't. I know I had asked the consultant to send us the CAD versions of the drawings so we could have it for the future. And again, there were no changes to the road. There were guide rail changes. But any information I would have gotten from the consultants would have been given to our geomatics section to place in our, it's our SPIDER system, which stands for spatially, anyway, sorry, now I forget what it's called, spatially indexed engineering records. So that's where we store all the information, this program brings it up and it's all stored on corporate drives. So if there were any as-built drawings that I asked the consultants to do, they would have then been taken and put into SPIDER.
Okay. And just to touch on a point you just raised, which was that there was, I think, some minor changes to the guardrail. I have that right. Now, if there were effectively only minor changes between the for construction drawings and what was built, would there still be a need to separately create as-built drawings?
No, from my perspective, not, especially with guide rail. Guide rail was, continuously being hit and replaced, you know, I don't believe you would go in and update that inventory. But I do know there was definitely an email chain that I had that I would have passed on to our road operations people when they took over, so that, but again, guide rail is, you can see it, it's out there. So do you really need an as-built drawing to show you that this guide rail was extended or that guide rail was added here? You know, so in my mind, no, we wouldn't require an as-built drawing for that.
Commission Council also showed you a drawing of the link, if we can pull that up, HAM 62769, Mr. Registrar. Okay, and this document was shown to you yesterday, and it has the notation as constructed, which you were asked about.
Yep.
Do you know why there would be an as constructed drawing in this particular case?
I don't know. I know we did that project. Maybe we were just more thorough back then, but I did also note that, there was a part B to this contract, plus the other contract was the paving from 403 to Upper Wellington was, I believe it was contract 97-225 SPO. SPO stands for Special Projects Office. So did we do them for those other sections? I can't recall. So I can't really give an explanation of why we did it here and then why it wasn't done. Because I know through all the phases, we started in 03. To the best of my recollection, I didn't get as-built drawings for any of those contracts as we went through them.
And just to touch on a point we made before, see if it applies here. Do you know if there were changes from the for construction drawings in this case and what was built?
Are you talking about the Red Hill Valley, or are you talking
No,
about
this
the link?
You know, to the best of my knowledge, there were no changes to the contract. So you know, I would have to check them, but more or less, if you look through these drawings, it's just another thing in the revision that says as constructed. In terms of the pavement, you know, interchange locations, nothing was changed. And I don't believe on this contract we did any guide rail additions. So again, really it would have just been more of a formality where you're just, you know, you're paying a consultant to put a line in the revision table that says as constructed. And now you have it for the records.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And I'll just note here that Commission Council asked yesterday whether this as constructed document was located on ProjectWise or Spider. And unless my team jumps at me, the answer is Spider.
Yeah, it would be, you'd access it through Spider, and Spider stores its information in a corporate drive. It's stored in our Mariner Vault is the name of the drive.
Okay. And just one last issue that I'd like to discuss. Yesterday, Mr. Odie, Mrs. Roberts, Golder's counsel, asked you questions about the design of the Red Hill, and there was a discussion about Phillips and Stantec. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Mr. Registrar, if we can turn up OD 3.1 image 8. I just want to make sure I understand which consulting firms were responsible for the design of the Red Hill. If you look at paragraph 17, just have a read of that.
So I have to shrink something down on my page here. Yes, I've read it now.
So it says that Stantec was responsible for the design of part A. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And in terms of the design, this is not an exhaustive list, but I take it that would include design aspects such as ramps, tangents, and super elevation.
Correct.
And same question for next sentence, Phillips Design Part B. You agree with
Yeah,
that?
it's the same for Part B and Part C.
Same for Part B and Part C, and that includes design criteria like ramps, tangents, and super elevation.
Yeah, well, everyone was using the same design criteria because the design criteria was established back in the preliminary design report of either 89 or 90. If the IADP process updated those design standards, then that would have been reflective in these designs. The one thing that just a note, see where it says Stantec also designed Part D.
Yes.
Really, they assembled Part D. They would have done the design for whatever they were responsible, the pavement markings in A. Phillips would have done the pavement markings for that portion of the road, and McCormick would have done the pavement markings for their part of the road. The landscaping details, stormwater management would have been done by Phillips because they were the stormwater and they did all the creek design on previous contracts. And the landscaping would have been one consultant doing the landscaping for the entire section from Mud Street to the QEW.
Thank you. Those are all the questions that I have for you today.
Thank you. I just have a couple of areas to cover. I'll be, hopefully, quite brief. The first is just to clarify something or follow up on something Ms. Lorion asked you about. Do you recall a few minutes ago, she asked you about the RBM mixed design approval and whether you did it, and referred to Dr. Uzorowski's note. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay, and we could go to OD3, images 43 and 44. Sorry, OD3, images 43 and 44, Registrar. And in paragraph 86 at the straddling the two images, that refers to a May 22nd, 2007 communication from Dr. Uzorowski to you, Phillips, Mr. Janicus, and others at Dufferin. And you'll see at the end of the last sentence in the first paragraph, which is at the top of image 44, it states the mix design for the SP19 RBM mix is acceptable. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And is that approval of the RBM mix design?
I would believe so, but now that I'm looking and going, I thought the RBM was a 12.5. I didn't think it was a 19.
Right. Okay. And then, fair enough. And then if we could go to image 46. Paragraph 93. These are the June 12th minutes, so jumping ahead a couple of 2-3 weeks. It refers to paving construction meeting number 8. Recorded discussions regarding mixed design, material testing, paving progress, among other things. And under number A, mixed designs, it says Golder has approved Dufferin's RBM and SB25 asphalt mixed designs. So regardless, is it, did you approve the RBM mixed design, or was it Dr. Uzarowski?
Oh, to the best of my recollection, it would have been Dr. Uzarowski or Golder approving it.
Okay. Thank you. You can take that down, Registrar. Thank you. Then the other issue, I just want to make sure we're clear on your understanding of the relationship between design speed and curve radius that Ms. Roberts was discussing with you yesterday. And so you spoke about yesterday in answering her questions that the minimum radius on the Red Hill was 420 meters for a 100 kilometer per hour design speed. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And does that mean, in your understanding correlatively, that the design speed could not be higher than 100 kilometers an hour for a curve radius of 420 meters?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sorry, the design speed could not be lower than 100, could not be higher than 100 kilometers an hour for that curve radius. Is that the?
Yeah, that's
relative?
like geometrically, physically, that's the minimum, the smallest radius you can go to for 100 kilometer design speed.
Okay, and does that mean you can have a posted speed of 100 kilometers an hour, or does it need to be lower?
Oh, it needs to be lower.
Okay, and the posted speed at that time was, an opening was 90 kilometers an hour, correct?
Correct. If you look at the original 1990 PDR, preliminary design report, which gave the design criteria, and again, I can't recall if that was updated with the IADP, but it would have told you here's your design speed, here's your posted speed.
Right. Okay. And just with respect to that, your understanding about the minimum curve radius at that design speed, does the super elevation of the curve have any effect on that?
No.
Okay. So that does
not to the best of my knowledge, no.
Yeah, I'm just asking you for your understanding. Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. So would this be the appropriate time to take our break?
It
No.
might be. I wonder if we could excuse Mr. Odie.
Well, I wanted to do that. So, Mr. Odie, you're excused, but with thanks for your attendance here both today and yesterday.
Oh, no problem. It was my pleasure. So I can actually hit leave on the Zoom.
You can hit leave on the computer.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a great day. Happy Cinco de Mayo.
Thank you. So we could take a break. I do understand, I don't know, it's still the case that Mr. Liederman had an issue that he wanted to raise, and that we should do that if that's the case prior to, but subject to your
No, if Mr.
direction.
Liederman has an issue, let's hear that.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just wanted to raise one point after hearing the evidence over the last couple of days with you. And this really relates to the fact that the city obviously has a lot invested in this inquiry. And it wants to ensure that you have all of the necessary information that you're going to need in order to address the various terms of reference here. And one of the concerns that I have, just as I was listening to the evidence over the last couple of days and somewhat over some of the witnesses last week, is that witnesses are being invited to speculate about matters. And sometimes they're doing it voluntarily, but other times they're being invited to do so by the questioning. And I'm just raising it because there's going to be a number of witnesses called during the course of this inquiry. And I don't want to be objecting, and I do want to ensure that you've got a solid evidentiary foundation upon which you can make determinations and recommendations based on these terms of reference. And I just sort of raise that as a concern that I have, that Otherwise, we may wind up in a situation where we have this dearth of evidence, but in many respects, it's based on conjecture and speculation. So that's the only reason why I raise that as a point that I don't want to interrupt during the course of each witness testimony to flag it. And it's just something that I thought I should raise with you before we carry on with further witnesses in this process.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Letterman. Let me just make a couple of remarks. First of all, I appreciate your saying that the city wants the commission the inquiry to have all the available evidence. It is a little frustrating when the city witness in particular comes in and can't recall an awful lot of the important matters when we do have some other witnesses from some of the other parties who seem to be able to recall. Now, that may just be one witness, and we'll see how that plays out in the future. As for speculation, I think in the circumstances, this is not litigation. So some greater latitude than would perhaps normally be afforded a commission counsel in court is appropriate. But I accept that these are all matters of balance. Speculation that has no basis, for example, in any of the evidence, particularly in any of the documentary evidence, but in any of the evidence, for example, that other witnesses may have given, would seem perhaps to be inappropriate. On the other hand, suggestions or speculation to which the witness is invited to respond that has some basis in the evidence already before the inquiry would seem to be appropriate. So I think, with those sorts of ground rules, we ought to proceed. And if there are specific concerns, by all means, raise them. I appreciate you don't want to interrupt the commission any more than you would feel is necessary. So
I appreciate that, Mr. Commissioner, and that's really the only point I wanted to raise. And I agree with you. Obviously, the rules of evidence are relaxed in this setting, and as they should be. But at the same time, I just want to ensure that the evidence that you do have before you ultimately is based on a solid foundation.
I appreciate that, and I think you would appreciate that. But it's worth saying, at the end of the piece, any determinations are not going to be made on speculation, but on the basis of facts that appear to be supported by solid evidence before the inquiry.
Yeah, that is certainly our hope and expectation. Appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis, how would you suggest we proceed?
I could certainly start with Mr. Janicus right now, and we could take our regular morning break, or if you prefer, we could take our morning break now and then just get started.
I'm wondering whether that wouldn't be more appropriate rather than breaking after 15 or 20 minutes.
That's fine with me.
Sir,
Okay.
if I may, it will take us about 5 minutes to set Mr. Janicus up in the boardroom. So I echo the thought that this might be the more appropriate time to take the morning break.
Thank you. Then why don't we adjourn until 11:15? Is that appropriate?
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Back from break. Good morning. May I proceed, Mr. Commissioner?
Please proceed.
Next witness is Mr. Paul Janikas. And if the court reporter could affirm him.
Good morning, Mr. Janikas. I'm just going to ask you to affirm your evidence, so please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
So, Mr. Janikas, I understand you were at Dufferin from 1999 to 2020. Is that right?
That's correct.
Where do you work now? Is it Metrolinx?
Yes, I work at Metrolinx.
Okay. And when did you leave? Was it December 2020?
It was December 31st, 2020 was my last day at Dufferin.
Okay. And am I correct that you essentially went to work at Dufferin straight out of college?
Yeah, I started May 99, in and around.
Just pre-millennium? And
Yeah,
and you went to college at, was it Mohawk College?
it was Mohawk College, that's correct.
Okay. And what program?
Both chemical and civil.
Engineering?
Engineering, yes.
Okay. And did you finish those programs before you commenced working at Dufferin?
No, I did not.
Okay. And sorry, did you finish them at all?
I didn't end up finishing them, no.
Okay. You went to work.
I went to work, yeah.
Okay. And so I understand that from 2005 to 2007, just to deal with sort of the relevant time period, you were the Senior Quality Control Lab Supervisor. Is that right?
Yes.
And then later in 2007, you became the plant superintendent. Is that correct?
No, it was spring 2007. I became the quality control manager for bituminous. And then early 2008, I became the superintendent.
Early 2008. Okay, well, that's what I was going to ask, because I knew at some point you became the quality control manager for bituminous. And sorry, when was that, do you think?
It was spring 2007.
Okay.
Where I transitioned from the senior laboratory supervisor to manager.
Okay, so let's start with the senior quality control lab supervisor. What was that position about? What did you do?
So my main role, so we had, I believe at the time there was 4 laboratories at Dufferin. So I was resource management, making sure it was staffed properly, ensuring the labs were certified and continue to be certified through the audits, and also to make sure testing was done and schedule the testing, schedule mixed designs and the testing of mixed designs for both concrete, asphalt. Yeah, okay. It was a very full job.
Okay, and then when you mentioned the transition to the quality control manager of the bituminous department. So bituminous, that's asphalt, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and what was that position about?
So as well
as how did that differ from the prior position?
Yeah, so in addition to that, I would manage quality control administrators for various projects, mainly MTO, and those administrators were oversight for quality control on those projects.
Okay.
More than just asphalt.
All right. And the bituminous role, who did you take that over from?
Wade O'Leary.
Okay. And he moved on to another position at that time within Dufferin?
He moved on to another position with St. Lawrence Cement. I believe he went on to the corporate office. Okay. I'm not sure what he did there, but
within the organization.
Within the organization, yes.
All right. And when you took on the role, did you report to Peter Gamble in the bituminous role? Yes, I did. Okay. And just to nail down the timing, I'm not going to take you to the documents just yet, but Vincent Gangaram wrote a letter on March 20th, 2007, which is the first one about the approval of the demix aggregates. And then there's a letter from you on March 29th in which you're writing to Phillips about the asking that the RBM mix design be approved. And that, at the title on that date on your letter is the quality control manager bituminous. So does that accord with your recollection about generally the change in from the one role to the other?
Yeah, I actually thought it was a little bit later, but yeah, in and around spring of 2007 would have been the transition.
Okay. And sorry, so in the if you could just outline your duties in the bituminous role. First of all, I understand you weren't dedicated to the Red Hill project. Is that right? No,
I was not. No, it was various projects.
Okay. And so if you could just detail what your duties were, the kind of things that you did in the bituminous role.
So there was a bituminous manager, there was a concrete manager, and what that delineation was typically, I would be the quality control manager for a job that was predominantly asphalt. So it had many scopes, but I'd be assigned the oversight function for the quality control administrators that would be on a job like the Red Hill, or had some sort of paving on it. But the job just didn't end with asphalt. It did, granulars. There was various bridge construction. And that's how the jobs would be divided amongst the two managers at the time. So if it was a predominantly concrete project, the concrete manager would get the oversight of the administrator. If it was an asphalt project, it would be me.
I see. Okay, and including the granulars as well, if it was predominantly an asphalt project. Is that?
Yeah, it would include granulars. It encompass the entire contract.
Right, depending on what was what was ultimately being paved.
That's correct.
Okay. And what was your relationship in that role to the labs?
So the labs would report to both the concrete manager and me, and the asphalt portion of the labs would be under my oversight.
Okay. And how many other projects approximately, I'm not asking for an exact number, but how many other projects would have been ongoing under your purview at the time of the Red Hill project in 2007?
Well, I can do it this way. We had about 35 administrators, and it was divvied up in half. So I would say about 15 to 20.
Okay. And am I correct that not your only role, but a principal role of yours on the Red Hill project in the bituminous role was to seek approval of the asphalt mix designs? Is that right?
Amongst other things, but yeah, I was involved in that. Yeah.
Yeah, you had other things to as well, but that was one of them. Yeah, okay.
That was one of them. Yeah.
Okay. And this wasn't on the list. I mentioned it before, and hopefully council won't have a problem. This is just to nail down the timing of the transition. And so if we could go to Dufferin 2118. This is a March 29, 2007 letter. At least I hope it is. It's in OD3, image 37, paragraph 71. Okay, and it's actually the document that I'd like pulled up, please. Dufferin 2118.
Sorry.
0.01. It's quite all right. I did not elegantly request it.
Can we make it a little bit bigger? please?
Yeah, so we can, just so you know, at any point, we can expand any letter.
Yeah, okay,
Or
perfect, thank you.
document. Yeah, and so this is a March 29, 2007 letter. The reference is SP 19, Rich Bottom Mix RBM performance testing. And it's a letter of yours, which dealing with a number of issues and fatigue, endurance, and so forth. And if you go to the second page, I believe it is, you're writing to Ms. Moranzan at Phillips. In the bottom there, it just says, maybe you can expand the signature line for him, Paul Janikis, Quality Control Manager, Bituminous and Administration. So does that, by that point, had you transitioned into that role, or is it sort of an over a period of time transition?
I think it would be by the time Wade left, there could have been an overlap with him, but if I'm signing this at the bottom, I'm already in the role.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then you can take that down. Thank you, Registrar. And then I understand there was also a project team that was dedicated to the Red Hill project that was, and Dave Hayner was the project manager. Is that right?
Yeah, the project superintendent, yes.
Okay. And then at some point, and it was I think you said in January 2008, early 2008, you became the plant superintendent?
January, February, it would have been winter, spring 2008. It was already in 2008. I don't remember if it was January or March,
Okay.
or April. It was around that time.
Okay, and in any event, after the paving season was completed in 2007,
Yes.
in the winter. Okay, and what was your role in that?
As a superintendent for asphalt, so I was assigned, I believe at the time it was 5 asphalt plants and 3 placement crews. My main role was in the wintertime, ensuring winter maintenance of the plants was conducted and finished in time for the spring opening, usually in and around April, May. During the construction season, provide assistance to other superintendents, project superintendents, with paving strategies. Also a big part of my job was scheduling the crews, assigning to all the projects, and making sure equipment got to the projects on time, and providing support to both the plant crews and the paving crews during the construction season.
Okay, and how long did you occupy that role for?
Oof. I think I transitioned in December 2011 to the what was called the Triple P department, private public partnerships. So it would have been in and around winter 2011, 2012. All
right, and just what was your position when you left? What was your last position at Dufferin?
I was on the Triple P projects. I was a quality control manager. Or quality manager, not just quality control, quality manager, quality management system oversight.
Okay, thanks. And am I correct that in MTO projects, typically, first of all, you've had experience doing MTO projects?
Yes.
Yeah. And that MTO contracts typically would have a quality control administrator. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And did that differ in this situation at the Red Hill project?
I don't remember if we had a full-time quality control administrator dedicated to the Red Hill Creek, but we did have full-time technicians dedicated to quality control technicians dedicated to that project, including a lab. Right.
Okay. And the mixed designs themselves, although you, as you indicated, were involved in seeking approval for the various mixed designs, the mixed designs themselves were done by Dufferin's consultant, Tro. Is that right?
On this project, yes, they were.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't mean on all projects, on this one.
Yeah. Yeah. On this one, yes.
And then the approval of aggregates, with a component of mixed design, that was a part of the process of mixed design approval in this project. Is that fair?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And the Red Hill surface, course was stipulated to be SMA, stone mastic asphalt. Is that an asphalt mix, stone mastic asphalt, that you had been involved in before this
To
one?
that point, I had very little exposure to stone mastic asphalt. It would have been my first major project with that product.
Did you have another project before that involved SMA?
No. But we were introduced to it, through UMPA and things like that, and so they talked about it through the seminars. That's how I was exposed to it.
Right. Okay, but not the actual Dufferin placing it, but educational.
Not my recollection.
Okay.
No.
And do you know if the Red Hill was Dufferin's first SMA placement, or was there an earlier one? Do you have any knowledge of that?
If I remember correctly, I believe SMA was our first project, or Red Hill was our first project with SMA.
Okay. Now, we know that, and we'll be talking about it, that the mixed aggregates from the Varennes quarry in Quebec were used for the SMA and Superpave 12.5 FC2 surface courses for the Red Hill. And whose decision was it to use those aggregates?
That would have been Peter Gamble's decision to use the aggregates.
Okay. And when did you learn of that decision? Do you recall?
It would have been in this early spring of 2007.
Okay. And if we could go to overview document 3, image 33, 66. Actually, I guess it should be 33 and 34. And so at the bottom of 33 and going on to 34, this is referring to a March 20th, 2007 letter from Vincent Gangaram to Phillips, Walter Moranzan. And it will expand the part on the top of 34. It just says reference approval of Demix Varennes trap rock aggregate to Mr. Moranzan. And then Registrar, if you could expand the text at the top of image 34. And so this is on the 20th, and you said sometime in the early spring. Was this the first time that you learned it, right when the approval was made, or do you think it was sometime before that? I'm just occurring to me now that the first official day of spring would have been the day of this letter. So
yeah, so this, if it wasn't this day, it would have been a day or two before this.
Okay.
That we found out.
Okay. And did Mr. Gamble inform you of the reason for selecting Demix aggregates, or did he just tell you that's what we're using?
So he would just tell me. I don't remember him giving me a specific reason why we'd be using Demix at this time. He would have just, because we would have meetings not just for this project, but he would give me the list of aggregates for all the mix designs for all the projects in Dufferins, and this would have been one on the list.
Just one of the many for the projects that you were involved in.
That's correct.
Okay. And then had you, prior to the Red Hill project, been involved in a project using the Demix aggregates, or no?
Not to my recollection.
All right. And now Mr. Gangaram sent this letter, and then already brought your attention to the one several days later where you're in the bituminous position. Was Mr. Gangaram in that role before you took it?
The manager position?
Yeah, I don't think he wasn't, was he?
No. He Mr. Gangaram, to my recollection, took over my senior laboratory supervisor role. So he would have been reporting to me.
Okay, so when you switched positions, then he transitioned as well. Okay.
That's correct.
You can take that down, Registrar. Thank you. And if we could go to OD3, image 39.
Oops, sorry. Yeah.
So paragraph 74 at the top there. Would you like us, as a matter of course, would you like us to expand this for you to see?
That would be fantastic. Yes, please.
No, well, no problem.
Yeah.
There we go. So this is an April 23rd, 2007 email from you to Dr. Uzorowski at Golder, which indicates it's following up on a April 13th meeting, and you're attaching a letter with SMA and other asphalt aggregate test results by TRO. And you indicate that the results conform to all requirements of the contract and that Dufferin requests these aggregates be approved for use in the SMA and 12.5 FC2 mixes. And you're talking about the demix aggregates. And then you say Dufferin also requests that the fine aggregate used in both the SMA and 12.5 FC2 be obtained from different sources from the coarse aggregates. So just before we get into the content of this, is this during the project and in context of your seeking approval of mixed designs and aggregates, is this the regular line of communication on this project, you communicating with Golder and specifically Dr. Uzorowski on those issues?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And
me or Vince. Vince would have been involved as well at one point, so which he was.
He was, but he wrote to Phillips in that instance, and I think you also did, but it seems to then it switched to really to Dr. Uzorowski, but we'll go through a few other wrinkles with that. Okay, and then in the second part, it indicates Dufferin also requests that the fine aggregate used in both the SMA and 12.5 SC2 be obtained from different sources from the coarse aggregates. So with that thought, if we could go ahead to OD3 77 there, and I guess it's 77, I guess we should pull up image 40 as well. Sorry, I meant paragraph. It should be images 39 and 40. So there's a lot in there. This is a long email on April 30th from you to Dr. Uzorowski with respect to Dufferin's quality plan for physical testing of the demix aggregates. And if we can just expand the image on 39 for paragraph 77 so he can see it. So you talk about your phone conversation, and then you want to clarify the quality plan for testing of the demix aggregates. We could take that down. And on the next page, I won't expand the whole thing. It's quite a lot of things you're talking about in there. But if we could expand the part from the last big bullet point where it says also as requested, and then the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4. And the down to the end of that email. Yeah. And this follows up on the prior email we were looking at from April 23rd. Say as requested, below is a list of the proposed aggregates for SMA and 12.5 SC2. And as I read it, you're requesting that the coarse aggregates be from demix varens and the fine and screenings, if required, be from the Acon Marmora quarry. Is that right?
That's correct.
Rather than them all being from Demix.
Correct.
Okay. And then moving forward to OD3 image 40 and 41, I guess. Yeah, it's right below there. At the bottom of image 40, if you could expand that, please, Registrar, paragraph 78. On May 2nd, a couple of days later, you write again to Dr. Uzorowski asking to retract, or stating that you're retracting the request to blend the premium sources and that Dufferin intends to use both the coarse and fine aggregates from the same source. But everything else, the quality plan still applies per your previous email. So do you know why, this, why this back and forth occurred? You're first asking to use the fine aggregates from Acon Marmora rather than Demix, and then switching back. Do you recall why that was?
That'd be typical. It's logistics. Peter would have instructed me, look, we're gonna use these aggregates, and that was his original plan. And based on many factors, most likely logistics, supply, cost, things like that, it made more sense for him to switch everything to the demix.
Okay, so I can tell you that Mr. Gamble testified that it was always his intention to source both the coarse and fine aggregates for the SMA and SP 12.5 from Demix, and that he did not direct the changes. And he actually said, well, you'd have to ask Paul and the fellow who did the mix design about this. I appreciate that you said that you didn't have, I think you said you didn't have a specific recollection, but it would have been the following. Do you disagree with that, or do you have any further insight about it?
I as in my position at the time, I would not have direct control of where we source the aggregates. So I don't know what his recollection is, but the change in the aggregates, the source, the mix designs that I use, the materials I use in the mix designs would come from the list that he provided. So right. I'm not sure where there's a difference there, but.
Okay, that you think it would have been, as you said originally, that you would have gotten the direction from him. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay, and we understand that the requirement in the contract was that, and Dr. Uzorowski tested to this, is that the contract referencing the OPSS specifications required that the aggregates be from the same source. Do you have any knowledge of that?
Sorry, you cut out there a little bit for me. Can you repeat the question?
Yes. Dr. Uzorowski testified that the requirement in the OPSS, the relevant OPSS provision, was that sourcing the aggregates from the same source was a requirement for the SMA, for SMA in particular. But do you have any recollection of that, or did you have any knowledge of that issue?
Yeah, it was in the OPSS. Yes, I do have a recollection of that. But it was not uncommon for us to request different sources on other projects. And my recollection, we were successful, and when we asked the MTO to switch sources, they didn't have any issues.
Okay,
but it was a part of the OPSS. Yes. Okay,
so you're aware of it, asked for the change, then retracted it, but you were aware of that fact at the time. Okay, thank you. You can take that down, Registrar. And if we could go to, still in, should have asked you to keep the OD up, but OD3 4142. And in paragraph 80 at the bottom of 41, it's referring to the minutes of a May 8th, 2007 Paving construction meeting number 7, which set out agreements on numerous pavement issues. The minutes indicate that you attended at that you were in attendance at that meeting. Did you typically go to the site meetings on the project?
I didn't go to all of them. I would go when there was issues that needed to be discussed that I was dealing with.
Okay. And at the top of 42 there, if you could expand that, please. Thank you. One of the references in the minutes is that the physical properties of the Quebec trap rock are all acceptable. Dufferin is to test the physical properties for all granulars in the SMA and FC2 every 5,000 tons. Dufferin will carry out trials to determine the best rock chip size for the asphalt mix design and will report which will be used. So it's indicating that the physical properties of the Quebec trap rock are all acceptable. That's referring to the mix aggregates?
Yes.
Okay. And so what does this mean? Does this, it then goes on to say though that the Dufferin will test the physical properties for all the granulars for every 5,000 tons. What's that talking about?
So that's just that's during production and as you deliver samples to ensure that the physical properties are still within the envelope of the contract.
Okay. And so is this reference in the site meeting minutes, does that mean that the aggregates are approved at that time, or is this requiring it's like they're acceptable now, but they have to maintain the physical properties?
Yeah, it's acceptable at this time, and check it every 5,000 tons to make sure they maintain that acceptance. So, and again, it wouldn't. It's for all aggregates used in all asphalt would have a typical quality program like this, where you're checking during production and delivery of the raw materials of the asphalt to ensure compliance.
Okay, and we'll get to it. We know later on in July there's a lot of back and forth, and you're involved in it.
Excuse me.
No problem.
Yeah.
That in July, there's a lot of back and forth about the demix aggregates that you're involved in and whether they're acceptable for use or not, including emails from you and others at Dufferin trying to address questions of suitability of the aggregates, and which we'll get to. So what was your view of the status of aggregate approval at this stage in May?
This in the meeting, this is an approval saying that the aggregates are acceptable for use and tested every 5,000 tons when you produce the asphalt.
Okay. Now, if we could go to image 48. And actually it should be 48 and 49. So we have the entire email in paragraph 97. So on June 22nd, 2007, oh, and I should say, just to anchor you, the paving began with the rich bottom layer at the end of May. And then this is in June, and the SMA paving ultimately started on August 1st, just to sort of place you in the timing now. And so you're emailing here the SMA mix design to a large number of people, including directly to Dr. Uzorowski, sending the SMA mix design for the surface course. And you indicate what the mix design includes on the first part of it. And then expand the second part. So again, the mix design was done by Tro, as we know. And could you just describe what goes into a mix design generally? It doesn't have to be specifically with this, but what are the components of a mix design?
Well, the raw materials would be about typically 95% aggregate, mixed between coarse and fine, stone and sand. 5% asphalt cement, typically. Whatever range. And in this one, there's those other products are fillers. I think there was some fibers there, but that's specific for the SMA.
Right. There's filler and cellulose fiber in addition to the asphalt cement. and the aggregates. Okay, and excuse me, you indicate that, in the second paragraph, that the mixed design does not include the dynamic modulus testing. This testing will be completed within the next few weeks. What's dynamic modulus testing?
Oof. I don't remember specifically what it tests for.
Okay. But is your point here that that's not a requirement? There's no specification limits for this testing?
No, what I'm saying here, it's not yet done. It's probably a test that goes through a lot of cycles, and to keep the project going and to keep everything going, we'll give you these results at a later date when they're ready.
Right, but that's right, that you say that in the second paragraph,
Yeah.
but in the third paragraph, you say there's no specification limits for this testing.
Right, there must not have been a specification limit for this testing. They must have been asking for this test for information purposes.
Right, but it's not a contractual requirement. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah, do the test, give us the results, but there's no limits.
Right, and then you notify if there's any issues, as any delays in the approval of this mix will impact the project schedule. Okay, and this is 40 days before we know that the ultimate SMA paving started. Is this that timing of delivering the mixed design? Is that in that time frame? Is that within the normal range of time before paving commences?
Yeah, about a month before. Yeah, I would say it's typical.
All right. And do you typically have some back and forth with the owner's quality assurance consultant about mixed designs, approval, all of that sort of stuff? Is that a common issue?
Yes, it was a very common practice to have back and forth and clarify concerns from a quality assurance laboratory or any laboratory. Yes, very, very common.
Okay. You can take that down, Registrar. Thank you. And if we could image 50, please. And so this is July 17, 2007. You email Dr. Uzorowski and Mr. Odie about ignition test results, physical property testing, and micro Duval test results. And Registrar, if you could expand the email for us, please. If you could give that a review and let me know when you're done.
Okay.
So just a few things. We've heard about ignition oven testing as a general matter, and just want to make sure we all have the same understanding. That involves burning off the asphalt cement at high temperatures in an ignition oven you burn off the asphalt cement, and it allows you to determine the percentage of the asphalt cement in a sample and to conduct gradation tests on the aggregates to determine the aggregate size. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And on the gradation testing, a certain amount has to pass, depending on the mixed design, has to pass through each size sieve, right?
Yeah, it's determination of particle sizes throughout the spectrum of all the particle sizes that are required for that particular mix.
Okay. And in this email, you describe the breakdown in aggregates during the ignition oven testing. We've heard some evidence about that. Could you tell us from your perspective what had happened?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, the ignition oven testing is set to 500 degrees plus Celsius, which aggregates would not see during any production of asphalt. It's the ignition point of AC, so to remove the AC. And there was an observation that at that temperature, which again is not typical of production of asphalt, there was a breakdown of aggregates. most likely, and I don't remember 100%, but most likely the stone.
Right, and this is at Golder's. This is Golder's test that they were conducting, correct?
Yes, the Dufferin Construction was still using solvent testing at the time, trichloroethylene. We didn't use ignition oven testing that much, only when we had to as a requirement of the contract.
Okay, and is this the this was with the SMA samples? Had this occurred with the other lifts? This problem? Oh,
I don't remember.
okay.
But I do remember on other projects, yeah, you would typically see some breakdown, regardless of the aggregate.
So in other projects, you've seen
Yeah.
breakdown using the ignition oven.
Which is why we we didn't like using ignition oven for that reason on other projects, because then the gradation would change because of that breakdown. Again, very high temperatures. If I again 500 degrees plus Celsius, that this oven would be set at.
Right, and the trichloroethylene method, that's the solvent extraction method, right? Where you're using the solvent for the same purpose, which is to remove the asphalt cement, so you then can conduct the same types of tests. Is that right?
That's correct. You soak the asphalt in the solvent, and then the AC dissolves within that solvent, and then you extract the aggregate.
And then you indicated in the fourth paragraph that also aggregates are currently being tested at Golder's for Micro Deval. Please forward these results as soon as they become available. And so is it your understanding that Golder's then was taking the aggregates taking the samples to their lab to use the solvent extraction method?
They would be doing, that's Micro Deval is one of the physical properties. So they'd be based on this, Golder's is checking for the Micro Deval physical property.
Right. Were you aware though of that Golder's then, following the ignition oven issues, was then going to use the solvent extraction method? Was that something you recall?
I'm sorry. Let me clarify the question. Are you asking me if I understood from here going forward, they're going to use a solvent method?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't recall if that at this moment that's when they decided to do that. I don't know.
Okay. Because there were correlation issues, right? When you were using the different tests, and I understand there was an issue was using the two different methods. If you were having the breakdown in the ignition oven, that could cause correlation issues between Dufferin's results and Golder's results. Is that right?
That's correct. And it wasn't, and it was not the first time we've seen those correlation issues. We've seen it on other projects as well.
Right. Okay. Between the two methods.
Between the two methods, correct.
All right. And you use the number in the second paragraph, percent breakdown discovered in the ignition oven testing at 30%. What's 30% of what? Do you recall what the 30% is that you're referring to?
The context of that would be that one of the sieve sizes may have a reduction of 30% of where we would see it. I don't know which. It doesn't say exactly which one. Okay. But that's what that would mean.
So we're talking about a reduction of the amount of aggregate at a particular sieve size of 30%.
Yeah, or maybe a variation of 2 or 3 sieves.
Okay. Okay.
Accumulation. Sorry.
An accumulation. All right. You're not sure which of the two that was.
I don't remember specifically what the 30%, which sieve size it's speaking about.
Okay. And in that paragraph, it indicates a concern was expressed over the percent breakdown discovered during the ignition oven testing at 30%. Do you recall who had expressed that concern?
It must have been Golder's, because they're the ones that were testing with the ignition oven, and they were seeking looks like they were seeking clarification.
Okay. And was that concern expressed to you? You're writing this email back, but do you recall if that
must have been.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you recall who at Golders?
I don't recall specifically, but if the correspondence is between me and Ludimir, it must have been Ludimir.
Okay. Did you typically deal also directly with like in person or on the phone with Mr. Delis Reyes, or did you typically deal with Dr. Uzorowski? Do you recall?
It would be with Ludimir. It was very collaborative between us and Golders, so we had a very open relationship. I don't remember speaking too much to that second individual you referred to. It was always more Ludimir.
Okay, Andrews Delis Reyes, and I take it from the lack of familiarity with the name is indicative of who you were dealing with. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And in the second last paragraph, you indicate it is DCC's understanding that if the aggregates continue to meet the physical requirements of contract, that the SMA mixed design will be approved for production on the City of Hamilton project, PW 06243. And does this then refer back to what we were talking about before, that the continuing meeting with the physical requirements for the aggregates, that requirement that we were talking about going back to May 8th?
You mean every 5,000 tons?
Yeah, is that related to that?
Partially, but this is referring to, so DCC understands the Golders micro-Duval test as well.
Right. Okay. So referring to that being that are being tested at that time for micro-Duval.
Yeah.
Okay. And so to just be clear though, that it's if the aggregates, so that's conditional, if the aggregates continue to meet the physical requirements, that's number one, then your understanding is that the mixed design of which the aggregates are a component will be approved. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, am I correct that the issue about mixed design approval was the aggregates at this point in time? Is that fair?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, at this point in time, is the issue, the existing issue for mixed design approval, the aggregates?
It's the concerns that Golders are seeing with the breakdown in this particular case, because the approval was given earlier on. So we're addressing their concerns here. They saw the breakdown in the ignition oven. They asked a few questions, and then this triggered this back and forth.
Okay, so if we could go to 51, image 51. And paragraph 102 is an email the same day, July 18th, you writing to Dr. Uzorowski to provide the physical test results. And if you could expand that, please, Registrar. If you please read it, but it's about you're attaching physical property test results for to mix aggregates.
Okay.
All right, so you're setting out the issues about the micro-Duval, and then assert that the contract requirements are met, and ask whether the SMA and 12.5 FC2 mixes are approved for production. And then you ask if after reviewing the results, there is still a question of the suitability of the aggregates, please advise Dufferin immediately, and a meeting with all the stakeholders involved will be convened at the earliest possible opportunity. So what is the question at that point respecting suitability of the aggregates?
This is all leading back to the ignition oven breakdown that they saw. They had concerns, and this is addressing those concerns that they saw from the ignition oven breakdown. We got a lab double check, and the physical properties met.
right? And again, am I correct from your prior answer that is your recollection that the person questioning, I mean, it was Golder questioning it, number one? Is that the first
Yes,
point?
Golders. Yes.
And then likely Dr. Zarowski, given who you were communicating with?
Yes.
And I take it at this point on the 18th, it's starting to get close to the intended date of commencing paving. So you're trying to move it along at this point.
That's correct.
All right. And then if we can move to image 52. And if we could, this is about a couple of emails on July 23rd. So if we could go to the actual document, it's Dufferin 1965.01. And so why don't we start at the bottom? If you could highlight the bottom email, or call it the bottom email. Actually, also including the, including the date stamp and Mr. Janikas's name for the bottom email. That's fine. Okay, so on the 20th of July, a couple days after the emails that we were just discussing, you send an email to Dave Hayner, copying Peter Gamble, about the DeMix aggregates, and you indicate attached is the package discussing the DeMix aggregates issue. And you'll see there's 4 PDF attachments or images of 4 PDF attachments, and we do not have those, and I'm unable to locate a copy with the attachments. So there's 4 of them. And the first is, the title of the PDF is Skid Resistance Report. Second is Mixed Design Examples. Third is Red Hill Valley Aggregate Physicals Comments, TRO 20th July 2007. And the fourth is DeMix Aggregates, July 20th, Dufferin Cover Letter. And then, if we could go to the top email and expand it. Mr. Hayner, on the 23rd of July, forwards your email to Phillips. The email is just the Phillips email, but it's addressed to Walter Moranzan, copying Marco Odie and James Wari and Rick Treenstra of Dufferin. And if you could just read this and let me know when you've done so.
I've read it.
Okay, thank you. So he's forwarding yours, and now you weren't copied on Mr. Hayner's email, but I take it you were aware of the issues, given that you were sending him and Mr. Gamble your email below a few days before with the package of materials. Is that fair?
That's fair.
All right. And do you recall what those attached documents were? Apparently attached documents.
There would have been additional information to address the concerns they saw from the ignition oven breakdown. And this is an exchange between Dave Hayner and Walter. So it must have been an internal conversation Walter had with, I don't know who, looking for as much information as possible. So it's us providing that information and addressing that concern.
Okay, and one of them is apparently labeled as the skid resistance report. Do you have any recollection of a skid resistance report respecting DeMix aggregates?
I don't have direct recollection. I sent an email with the report, so I must have seen it, but I don't have a direct recollection of what the contents of that report were.
Okay, and presumably, when we'd heard that from Mr. Gamble that the mixed aggregates had not been used in Ontario prior to that time. So presumably this would have been a skid resistance report from a project or projects in Quebec. Does that sound right?
That makes sense, yes.
Okay. And so then if we could go take that down and keep that document up. And if you could pull up the second document, which is Dufferin 1964.01. And this is an email that you sent about 4.5 hours later on the same day, July 23rd, to Phillips, and Mr. Odie copied to Mr. Hayner, Mr. Gamble, and Mr. Treenstra Dufferin, which, and if we can expand the email for ease of the eyes. And you write that in addition to the information submitted this morning, so you're referencing the other email, is that right?
Yes.
Below are examples of Ministry of Transportation of Quebec contracts where the Varennes quarry trap rock were used in asphalt surface pavement, and you give 3 examples. And please don't hesitate to contact us if you have any questions. So do you recall if there was a request for the information provided in these 2 emails, and if so, from whom?
Well, if I'm addressing it, I don't recall specifically, but if I'm writing this email shortly after, there must have been a request for examples from Walter or from someone at Phillips.
Okay. And you refer to Dave, attached is the package. Sorry, this is going back to the other one. If you could take that down for a minute. Yeah. In the email to internally at Dufferin on the 20th of July to Mr. Hayner, you write, attaches the package discussing the demix aggregates issue. Do you recall what the demix aggregates issue was?
It's the concerns that Ludemer is having over the ignition oven testing.
Okay. And if it's addressing the issue, that issue, presumably you're sending the information that you're sending is intended to address whatever the concerns were that were raised. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And since one of the attachments appears to be about skid resistance, is it reasonable to assume that the package was intended to address a question that had been raised about skid resistance?
Based on everything I see here, it's all available information I had on the aggregates. I don't remember specifically there being concerns about that at the time. It would just be, this is the information we have available about these aggregates. We're sharing everything we have.
Okay. And you can take that down, Registrar. In Mr. Hayner's email, if you could highlight that, in each of the 3 paragraphs, this is the one, yeah, thank you. His email on the 23rd at 8:10 a.m., 3 times he refers to concerns. So concerns of the aggregate in the first paragraph, it's please see attached correspondence regarding the concerns of the aggregate. In the second paragraph, he refers to, we trust that the documents below will satisfy the concerns verbally identified. And then in the third paragraph, should there still be concerns on this matter after reviewing this information, please call me at your earliest convenience. And again, it seems to be in Mr. Hayner's email that he is suggesting that the attached package is addressing the specific concerns that were raised. And so again, Am I correct that your understanding, however, is that this was just all of the information available on the aggregates rather than addressing specifically a skid resistance concern that has been raised?
That's correct. And to my recollection, the concerns he's talking about are the ignition oven testing breakdown that we were talking about earlier.
Okay, you can take that down, please. Thank you. And do you know why this information is being provided not to Dr. Uzorowski at Golder, but rather to Phillips and Mr. Odie, particularly in light of the lines of communication previously?
I don't remember specifically why. It must have been an internal conversation. So Dave was addressing a conversation he's had with Walter.
Okay. And you know, we know that, for example, on July 18th, and one of the emails we already looked at, you're talking to Dr. Zarowski, you're writing to him about the suitability of the aggregates. If there's still a question of the suitability of the aggregates, please advise Dufferin, and so forth. And so, do you have any information beyond what you said about why this was not? These were not sent to Dr. Uzorowski, who I will advise you has testified that he did not receive these emails and nor was he told about them.
I don't have any additional information on why he wasn't copied here. No, I do not.
Okay. Do you recall if there was any discussion, do you have a specific recollection of any discussion about sending or not sending the information to Dr. Uzorowski?
This information?
Yeah.
I don't recall if I ever sent it to him or not. I don't remember.
No, sorry, I didn't.
Again, this is an email addressing a conversation Dave's having with Phillips and specifically Walter.
Right. Well, he doesn't say that. He doesn't say that, to be fair. So am I correct that when you say that, that's what you're inferring from this, but you don't actually know?
That's what it looks like. Yes. That's what I'm inferring.
Okay. So what I'm asking, I think I badly put it, was, do you recall, though, any conversation, whether it's between you and Mr. Hayner or Mr. Campbell or with Phillips, Mr. Odie, anyone, about, was there any discussion about not sending it to Dr. Uzorowski?
Not to my recollection, not at all. There's no intent not to send it to Mr. Uzorowski. It could have been an oversight, too, that he wasn't included.
Okay. Now, we know that Dufferin placed the SMA test strip a couple of days later on July 25th. And were you present at the placement of the test strip?
I must have been. If I wasn't there right in the morning, I must have been there shortly after. I don't remember 100% the timing of or the timing of my participation. I would have been there sometime that day. I don't remember if I was there first thing or not.
Okay. So I think you said I must have been or would have been. I'm not sure. Do you have a specific recollection of actually being there, or is it just that was your typical?
That would be my typical activity. So I would have been involved in the test strip in one way, shape, or form. We would have had a technician with a nuclear density gauge doing compaction checks behind the paver. So, and I would have been there supporting him at one point. Again, I do not have a specific recollection of being there right at the beginning.
Okay. And do you recall anything noteworthy at all from the placement during your time there?
Of the test strip?
Yeah.
I don't, it's like anything else, any other placement of asphalt. It's the first crack at it, trying to pave it, doing trial and error process, trying to teach yourself how to place this particular mix with the crew and cruising into the plant. I don't recall anything special about it, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, anything that sticks out in your mind, and I think your answer is
no. Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall if the vibration mode was used on the rollers?
That day?
Yeah.
I don't recall specifically that day if vibration was used on the rollers.
Okay. And am I correct in understanding that typically that is Dufferin's practice to use the vibration mode on its rollers? Is that right?
Yes, it's very typical.
Okay. And what about with SMA? Is there any difference with that?
Again, it's a trial and error process. So you try to get a rolling pattern. So you go through the trial and error to see where you get your compaction, and you would have gone through many iterations of that rolling pattern, which may or may not have included vibration and or static without vibration. So you would go through that trial and error process to get the optimum compaction effort.
Right. And when you refer to a rolling pattern, could you just describe for our non-pavers what you mean by that?
No problem. A rolling pattern is just, we call it a rolling pattern because copy this pattern on every piece of asphalt while you're paving it so that the same compaction effort is consistent throughout the paving operation for that day.
Right. So doing it the same way,
asphalt.
the same approach.
Over and over again.
Okay. And the idea of using the vibratory as opposed to static mode is to obtain greater compaction, or is that fair?
Vibration provides a greater compaction effort. It compresses the asphalt more than just static. So the static is just the weight of the equipment. The vibration provides that additional compaction effort.
Okay. And if you over compact by whatever means, that can cause the fracture or cracking of aggregates. Is that correct?
It could, yes.
Okay. Now, there was a meeting on July 27th on site at the test strip between Golder and the city and Dufferin to inspect the test strip. And you're not indicated in Dr. Uzorowski's notes as being there. Do you have any recollection if you were there?
There at the test strip?
Yeah, there was a meeting 2 days later at the test strip.
Oh, I see.
And I said, and you're not indicated in Dr. Uzorowski's notes as being there. I just want to see if that accords.
I don't have any recollection specifically if I was there or not.
Okay. Nevertheless, we understand that at the meeting, Dr. Uzorowski informed the attendees that the test strip had failed and gave reasons for it. Do you recall if you were informed about that? There was a later email about it, but do you recall being informed about it in the?
Yeah, I would have been involved in the conversation at one point in time, shortly after the test strip.
Okay. Do you have any specific recollection of that?
No, it would just be typical to be informed of something of that nature.
Okay. And then if we go to OD3, paragraph 50, image 55. And in paragraph 111, this is on July 31st, 2007, Dr. Uzorowski emailed you, Mr. Odie, Mr. Phillips, and also, it's not listed there, Mr. Hayner, attaching the some SMA test results and about the test strip. If you could expand that, please. If you could read that and let me know when you're done.
Okay.
And so obviously you received this email. Do you recall receiving it other than
specifically? No, it's a, yeah, I don't recall specifically receiving an email. No, I do not.
Okay. Nonetheless, you did receive it.
I did. Yeah, obviously.
All right. And so just the next day, a correction, Dr. Uzorowski sends a correction about the material passing the 0.075 millimeter sieve, clarifies it's the 4.75 millimeter sieve that he was talking about, just to cover that he corrects that the next day.
Okay,
But he indicates, after indicating that the test strip, that the mix didn't meet the specified requirements, speaks of the air voids, percentage of the material passing through the, corrected to be the 4.75 millimeter sieve, those being in the rejectable zones, and that the superpave gyratory cylinders prepared with this mix were presented at the meeting, and they look much richer and finer than the cylinders prepared with the SMA trial batch mix that met the specified requirements, and that the compaction results were in the rejectable zone. The test strip is not acceptable. We recommend a new test strip be completed. Then he says, we understand Dufferin Construction intends to place this SMA mix on the main line tomorrow. Dufferin Construction should be aware the test strip has not been approved and the paving will be at their entire risk. Do you recall if there was any discussion about this following receipt of this email?
discussion with whom? Just in general?
Yeah, well, yeah, internally with Golder, with.
I don't have a specific recollection, but I'm sure we would have had a follow-up conversation, Peter, myself, amongst others, on next steps. And it should be noted, so a test strip is just a point in time. It's the contractual test strip. The trial and error process doesn't end with the test strip. It's the first crack at making the asphalt. As you learn, you place the asphalt. Even the next day you place it, you'll take what you've learned the first time and you'll make adjustments of the plant. You'll make adjustments in the rolling pattern, in the thickness, whatever the case may be, to ensure that the mix being placed is in the envelope of the contract. So this is just one snapshot in time. It isn't. The discussion, and I think we end up paving on August 1st, is let's take what we've learned. Let's adjust the plant. Let's adjust the rolling pattern. Let's take what we've learned and let's make sure it's within the envelope. So
okay.
This is I think it was 250 tons. It would have been 8 loads of asphalt, right? Give or take it. And sometimes 8 loads of asphalt is not enough time to establish all those lessons learned, to apply those adjustments, to put the asphalt on the envelopes of the contract.
So you're talking about the test strip? The volumes you just, okay. Now you were talking about the thing. Am I correct from the way you described it that you are saying that you believe you would have had those kind of discussions, but you don't have a specific recollection of those discussions? Is that?
No, I don't have a specific recollection. No, sorry, I didn't let you finish. I don't have a specific recollection, but it would be typical to have that conversation.
Okay. Now, do you have a specific recollection of any discussion about the contractual requirement if a test strip did not meet the requirements, the contractual requirements, that the test strip would have to be redone? Do you recall any discussion about that?
Again, no specific recollection, but it is very typical to have those conversations based on test strips, trial batches, whatever the case may be, and what adjustments need to be made to bring the asphalt back into specifications.
Okay, and whose decision was it to proceed not by completing a new test strip as recommended by Dr. Uzorowski, but proceeding in any event? Whose decision was that?
It would have been Peter Gamble's decision to proceed. It's the crew in the plant. So it would have been Peter Gamble's decision, or the superintendent at the time, which I don't remember who that was. But it would have ultimately been Peter Gamble's decision to proceed.
Okay,
but he would have discussions. He would have discussions with us, and we would talk it through. That would be typical. Again, I don't have any specific recollection of having a conversation based on this email, but it'd be typical to have those conversations.
I think Jake Sudak, is that the superintendent that you're talking about?
No, Jake Sudak would have been the district manager.
Okay,
I believe,
okay.
Yes.
And then what about Dave Hayner?
Dave Hayner would have been the project superintendent.
Right. Sorry, is that who you were talking about?
There would also be an asphalt superintendent, and I don't remember who that would have been working underneath Peter.
All right. Would Dave Hayner have been involved in that decision?
He may have been. I'm sure he was involved in discussions.
Okay, so do I understand you correctly? It wasn't your decision, but you would have been involved in discussions about it?
That'd be very typical, yes. Yeah.
Okay. Now, you did indicate, at least to your knowledge, this was Dufferin's first SMA placement. And you've described, you know, the, what I would call an iterative process about making adjustments as things proceed. Given that it was the first SMA placement, was consideration given that perhaps another test strip should have been done for that reason?
I don't remember.
Okay. Okay, then we know Dufferin commenced the mainline SMA paving the next day, August 1st, and Golder conducted compaction testing on August 1st and 3rd and other dates following that. So were you on site during the SMA paving on some days, no days, or all days?
Again, I wasn't only assigned to the Red Hill Creek, so I would have popped in and out. No, I highly doubt I would spend the entire, you know, I don't remember 100% for sure, but it would be very unlikely that I would spend an entire day there. I would, you know, the Red Hill Creek was close to my job, so I'd probably maybe start the morning there or finish the day there, but I wouldn't have been there the entire time, no.
Okay, and as you said, you had other projects that were ongoing, so would you have been there even if it was only for a brief time or part of the morning or at the end of the day? Would you have been there every day or maybe not?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember if I was there every day.
Okay, may or may not have been.
I may or may not have been.
Okay. And so do you have any knowledge of Dufferin's use or not use of vibration mode on their rollers on the SMA placement? There's an indication on August 1st in the Golder nuclear density compaction records that indicate it was used for part of the placement on that day, but not on subsequent days. But did you have any knowledge of it one way or the other?
So again, like I said before, establishing the rolling pattern would be something that would be done every morning. So I don't have a specific recollection on when vibration was used versus when it wasn't used. But there's a technician assigned to the project with the paving crew, constantly checking compaction from a quality control perspective, so from a Dufferin perspective, and he would establish those rolling patterns and adjust based on when he's getting results to get the optimal compaction effort. So he would, but to answer your question, I don't have any specific knowledge of when it was used and when it wasn't used.
But that's the typical process that you're describing.
Yeah, for any asphalt, not just SMA.
And so in that typical process, if I understand it correctly, if the compaction is low in the first part of the day, one of the ways one might address it is by moving to the vibration mode. Is that correct? To obtain greater
It's an option,
compaction?
yes. Yeah, it's an option.
What are the other options?
More passes, making adjustments to the mix based on the results you're getting. Many options. So again, that trial and error process to make sure that the production of the mix itself is within the envelope and that the compaction effort and the paving is also within the envelope of the contract.
And if we could go to image 58 in OD3. If, paragraph 119, August 8th. This is an email from Dr. Uzarowski to Mr. Odie, Phillips, and Mr. Delis Reyes at Golder about his, and this is on the 8th, and he's talking about prior compaction, and he's indicating quite a few locations where the SMA compaction is low. Some are even below 91%. We're concerned about locations, and low compaction is almost a constant issue with SMA paving. Do you recall if this was something that was brought to your attention at that time?
Specifically, no, I don't. I would have been involved in an issue like this, though. that would be typical. I don't have a specific recollection.
Okay, and I think we've heard that measures were taken in respect of moving using more rollers and moving the rollers closer up to the paver, things like that. Does that ring a bell at all about ways in
Not
this
specifically
particular
for the
instance?
Sorry, I didn't let you finish. Not specific for this instance, but that's typical for any asphalt placement. You would make those sort of adjustments, add equipment, take away equipment, depending on the result you're seeing to increase the compaction effort, or in some cases, maybe there was too much compaction effort. You have to back off a bit, but that's typical. You would make those adjustments to get to that optimal compaction zone.
Right, but again, you don't specifically recall what it was in this instance or what your particular involvement was in those discussions. Is that right?
I do not recall.
Okay. And are you aware of that being an adjustment made in particular about, you described generally that that's a way of addressing low compaction issues, but moving the rollers closer to the pavers and more rollers. Did you have an awareness of particular issues about SMA and the temperature that it has to be rolled while very hot in order to obtain the appropriate compaction? Is that something you were cognizant of at the time?
It wouldn't just be SMA, it's any asphalt. You're increasing the temperature, you're going to get better compaction results. So that's typical with all asphalt, not just SMA.
Okay, so it's not something that you were thinking of as being SMA specific?
No, I wouldn't. That's not SMA specific. That's any asphalt would benefit with an additional compaction effort with hotter asphalt.
Okay. And then the next paragraph, registrar 120. So this is an email on August 9th that Mr. Odie sent to Mr. Hayner, Mr. Gamble, and Mr. Wari, respecting, he says, this correspondence confirms the Varennes mix aggregates have been approved for use on in the SMA and Superpave 12.5 FC2 surface course asphalt mixes on the Red Hill Valley Parkway mainline paving project. The trial batches for both mix designs met the specified requirements. You weren't copied on this email. Do you recall being made aware of this email at any time before this inquiry?
I do not recall before reading it as part of this inquiry.
Right. And so do you have any recollection of, apart from this email, of the city directly approving the aggregates?
No, again, I don't remember the email before reading it here. So no.
Okay. And do you agree with me that it wasn't typical in the course of the Red Hill project for Mr. Odie to be communicating directly by email on this kind of issue with Dufferin? Is that fair?
I don't think Mr. Odie provided too much correspondence, but it wasn't uncommon for him to provide correspondence.
Well, we just looked at, fair enough, but we just looked at the course of correspondence on issues respecting mix design approval and the aggregate issues and so forth. And Mr. Odie's not communicating directly with you, Dufferin generally, and so forth, except on the 23rd, where the emails of July, when the emails go from Mr. Hayner and you to Phillips and Mr. Odie, but there's nothing coming from Mr. Odie. So would you agree that this is out of the ordinary, given the topic?
I don't think he did very often, but I wouldn't say it's uncommon that Mr. Odie would communicate with the team. Mr. Odie, to my recollection, Marco was there quite often on the project, maybe even more than me. I don't know that for sure, but
I'm talking about email communications. This sort, I'm aware that he was very often on site, if not daily, near daily, and so forth. So there would have been a lot of oral communications and so forth. But in terms of email or memo traffic, just our paper record is what it is, but I'll put you one more time that this is not the normal line of communication on issues respecting approval of mixed designs and aggregates. Do you agree with that?
Again, it's the same answer. I don't think that's uncommon for Mr. Odie to communicate with the team, whether it be about mixed designs, whether it be about even other scopes of projects, because it's not just asphalt on the job, right?
I'm getting a feedback message from.
I'm getting it here as well.
Yeah, I think that was from Lensner's. I got a message that said that was. I'm not sure if that's.
They've been muted now, so it should be okay.
As long as they're not trying to talk. Being muted. Okay, thank you. Okay, we have your evidence on that. Thank you. All right, if we could go to OD3, image 60. And these are the site meeting minutes from the meeting on August 21st, 2007. And you aren't listed as attending this meeting. So I just want to ask you if you have any knowledge of something. The fifth bullet down there in this section.
Can you blow it up? I can't see it.
Oh, sorry. Of course.
Yeah.
Thank you for reminding me. The fifth bullet down under point 1 says Golder has completed their analysis and provided written confirmation indicating SMA mixed design is satisfactory. And so I'm just wondering if you know of any written confirmation. We haven't been provided with that. And if you have any personal knowledge of written communication by Golder that the mixed design is satisfactory for SMA.
I don't have, other than seeing what I'm seeing here, I don't have any specific recollection of anything.
Okay, thank you. And then take that down, please, Registrar. Image 61. And 62, I guess. In this paragraph 127, there's a series of internal emails at Golder following that meeting on the site meeting on the 21st of August. These aren't emails that you're copied on. It's just a number of emails internally about asphalt test results on the SMA and that concerns about projectable SMA samples and then potentially that there are errors and samples being marked as SMA that are definitely SP 12.5 FC2. That's one of the emails at subparagraph E on image 55. Again, you didn't see these emails. Is this something, this issue that you recall being made aware of? First of all, about rejectable test results at this point in time?
So what specifically are you talking about point E there? So I could, and again, if we could blow that up, please.
Yeah, so look at paragraph D. Look at paragraph D.
D, okay.
D as in Dave.
Yeah.
So he's indicating there that 9 of 28 SMA samples are rejectable. And he's talking about why it's so fine on 9.5 and 4.75 sieves. And then is there a sampling error and so forth? So that's the first piece. And then you could go to take that down in the next paragraph, E. Dr. Zarowski says, please double check the results before sending. There are a number of errors in samples marked as SMA or definitely SP 12.5 FC2. And we've you can take that down. We've received some evidence from Dr. Zarowski and Mr. Delis Reyes about some errors on labeling and so forth, but I'm wondering if you recall being advised of any issues around that time period with respect to rejectable samples and mislabeling of samples.
I don't recall specifically. The only thing I recall is that the asphalt, the SMA, and the FC2 were eventually accepted onto the project and paid for. The back and forth about specific samples, I don't recall any specific.
Okay. Sorry, your point, they were paid for and there was no payment reduction.
Not to my recollection.
Yeah.
It was paid for. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I want to talk about the MTO skid testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the application by Dufferin and DeMix for inclusion on the MTO's designated source materials list. And just to place it for you, we know that the MTO skid testing took place on the Red Hill on October 16th, 2007. And if we could go to OD4, we're on to OD4 now, Registrar. Image 59. And paragraph 136, actually 59 and 60, I guess. Okay. And so paragraph 136 says also on October 17th, 2007, regarding the RHVP friction testing conducted by the MTO the previous day, Mr. Delis Reyes emailed Mr. Marciello stating, just a reminder to please email test result as discussed. Dufferin and Phillips Engineering are highly interested. Mr. Marciello is the MTO person who operated the skid trailer, and Mr. Delis Reyes is at Golder, as we already mentioned. So he has this reference to Phillips and Dufferin being highly interested. Do you recall if Dufferin was highly interested in the friction skid test results?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall if you were?
No, I don't recall if me or anyone else at Dufferin.
Okay. So then if we could go to image 57 in OD4. This is a couple of days prior to that, October 15th. Sorry, image 57. Yeah. And this is paragraph 131. If you could expand that, please. So there's 2 days before that reference that I just took you to, and 1 day prior to the MTO skid testing on the Red Hill, you sent a letter to Jim Theodore, the contract administrator on an MTO contract, 2007-2031. He's at Morrison Hirschfeld, under the reference line trial section, SP 12.5 FC2 using aggregate from Varennes Quarry to mix. And attached to your letter was the mix design package prepared by TRO for the SP 12.5 FC2 layer and the aggregate and hot mix test results for the Red Hill mix design for that asphalt. And then there's your letter. Have you reviewed that?
Yeah, I read it.
Okay. And so I understand that this MTO contract that's referred to is, am I correct? That's a Dufferin paving contract with the MTO for which Morrison Hirschfeld was the contract administrator?
I don't remember the specific contract, but it must be.
Okay, so I'll back up and we'll ask you the questions. Other than this letter, do you have any recollection of the circumstances around it, or do you just, is your only recollection as is set out in this letter?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Are you asking me? if I
I'll
remember
rephrase
the-
it.
yeah,
Do you have
yeah.
any independent recollection of the circumstances around the sending of this letter beyond the content of the letter itself?
I don't have any specific recollection. I'm reading it now, so.
Yeah. So you know
Are you
you
actually
sent the
asking if I
letter.
remember writing it? Yeah, sorry?
Yeah. Well, do you remember sending the letter?
I do not remember specifically sending the letter. No, no, I
And
don't.
okay. And do you recall that about Jim Theodore and that MTO contract, and that Morrison Hirschfeld was the contract administrator on that project that Dufferin was executing? Do you recall that?
Do I recall? I remember who Jim Theodore is. Yeah, I remember who he is. I don't recall. Again, I don't recall specifically what contract this is.
Okay. And do you recall why you were sending this rather than it coming directly from DeMix? I know that you were Dufferin's affiliated with DeMix, obviously. Do you recall how you came to write this letter?
Based on what I'm seeing here, DMix is out of Quebec. This is an MTO contract in Ontario, so there are sister companies, so I'd be writing it on behalf of them.
Okay. And do you recall who instructed you to write this letter?
It must have been Peter Gamble. I can't imagine who else would instruct me. It must have been Peter Gamble who would instruct me to write this letter.
And you say it must have been, and I take from that again that you're saying that because that he was your person that you were reporting to at the time, and you can't imagine that it came from anyone else. But you don't again have a specific recollection of Peter saying, "Send this." Is that right?
Not at this moment, but yeah, it's based on my reporting into Peter.
Okay. Excuse me. And is the idea here that you are seeking to have a test strip of the SP 12.5 asphalt placed on this MTO contract to be used as a test strip for the application to the MTO's designated source materials list? Is that what's going on here?
That'd be part of it, and this it'll be part of the process. And this is a chance for the MTO to evaluate the product on one of their own projects.
Right. And did you have an understanding at the time what the requirements were for an aggregate being listed on the MTO's DSM?
No, I still don't know what all the requirements are.
Okay. So specifically, were you aware that friction testing was something that the MTO conducted in respect of evaluating aggregates that went on the that would go on the DSM?
No, I don't have any recollection of the specific requirements of what needed to happen to get on the DSM or not. So no, I don't know specific. I didn't know specifically that skid resistance was one of the requirements.
Okay. Okay, and then, sorry, I realized that the letter continues on the next page. Thank you. If you could expand the last one. Thought that was up on what we put up. The last paragraph, also please note the ministry is currently performing quotes, skid resistance, close quotes, testing on the SMA from the Red Hill Valley project, which uses these aggregates. By allowing this trial section, it would facilitate a full evaluation of this product. Sorry, we didn't put that up for you before. So you are mentioning the fact that the Red Hill is having skid resistance testing done by the ministry at that time, and it was the next day that they were doing it. So is it fair to say you must have thought that there was some significance to that information to let the MTO know that this was going on?
If I wrote it, I must have. Yeah, I don't have any specific, obviously I don't have any specific recollection of it because I just said I don't remember knowing skid resistance is part of the requirements. So, but I must have, if I wrote it, I must have.
Okay. And could that have a bearing on interest being expressed by Dufferin? And just coming back to the question I asked you at the outset of this topic about the Dufferin being highly interested, is it Dufferin, I would have taken, would have been interested in the results, in the friction testing results, if this application is being, or this letter is being submitted, and you're referencing specifically the MTO performing the testing.
Again, if I wrote it, then yeah. Again, I don't. Speaking to you now, I don't have any specific recollection.
Okay. Fair enough. Take that down. And then the second last paragraph on the previous page, starting the design was completed on image 57. Yeah. When you wrote the design was completed by Tro Associates and does not have third-party verification as it was not a requirement of the above mentioned project. What's third-party verification in this context?
If my recollection serves me right, third-party verification on MTO job would have been, so you would have had the designer of the asphalt, you would have had the QA, and then you would have had an additional party verify the mix design.
I see, but, and sorry, to verify what?
To verify the mix design itself.
That it was appropriate and that it met the contract requirements?
That it met the contract requirements.
Okay. And not something required on the Red Hill, but so you're just letting them know that that was the case?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the mix design that you're submitting is for the SP 12.5 FC2 mix design, and that is one of the two mixes that contained the demix aggregates that you're asking for this trial section to be conducted for. Do you recall at all why, if there's any discussion about which mix design to submit?
What one specifically?
Well, this is the Red Hill. This is the Red Hill SP 12.5 mix design, and the other one was the SMA mix design from the Red Hill that contained the mix aggregates. I'm just wondering if there was any discussion about which one to submit.
I don't have any specific recollection, but it must be that this project was using SP 12.5 FC2 and not SMA. Okay, so and so if you're going to do a trial section, you want it to be the same surface mix as is being used on that project. That's correct. Okay. Best results on the Red Hill Valley Parkway? I don't have specific recollection of receiving those results, no. I am going to push you further on that one. Do you think you did or did not receive them? We don't have any email that goes to you, but I'm not going to speculate because I don't remember if I did or didn't. I don't remember. All right. Do you recall if you were ever told the results orally? Again, I don't remember. Okay. And do you know if anyone else at Dufferin received the results or was told about the results? I do not recall. And Commissioner, I just have a couple more questions, so I'll probably be about another 5 to 10 minutes. It's 1 o'clock, but then I'll be done.
Well, I think we should complete Mr. Janikas's submissions at this, or interview at this point, and then you can discuss with council over the break how much time you require.
Okay. We know that in early 2006, the MTO formed an industry MTO joint task group to deal with concerns about SMA, early age, low friction. Do you recall when you first became aware of the SMA, early age, low friction issue, or the task group that was convened to deal with it?
I don't recall. I don't recall if I ever became aware, to be honest. I don't recall.
Okay, so you don't have any recollection of being made aware of it?
I don't. Not speaking to you at this moment. I don't have any recollection of being made aware of. You said early skid resistance issues?
Yeah, that in the early phase, shortly after placement, that SMA had lower friction than perhaps other pavements did, and that the MTO had concerns about it and had convened a task group to deal with it.
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall if you knew about the early age, low friction issues prior to the completion of the Red Hill project?
I don't recall.
Okay. Okay, if we go to OD4, image 78. Bear with me. And actually 79 as well. So this jumps forward to December 7th, 2007. And then you emailed Mr. Chris Rogers at the MTO requesting to begin the process to place the Varennes Quarry, the DeMix Varennes Quarry aggregate used on the Red Hill on the designated source materials list. If you could expand that for him, please. And you indicated a letters attached from DeMix to begin the approval process to be placed on the DSM list for the Varennes Quarry aggregate. That it's already been used in Ontario and that it was placed on the Red Hill in the form of SB 12.5 and 12.5 SMA, and asked to advise the next step in the process. Now, do you recall how you came to send this letter following the one before sent to the contract administrator on the MTO project?
I do have a vague recollection of sending this.
Okay. Do you recall how you got from the first letter to this one?
No, I don't remember the in between steps, no.
Okay. Is this also Mr. Gamble instructed you to send this letter?
It must have been, or senior management at Dufferin. I don't know specifically if it was Peter Gamble on this one, but it would have been my superiors at Dufferin.
Okay. And do you recall when Dufferin first discussed applying for listing on the DSM for the DeMix aggregates? We're now
when we had the
December.
first
Yeah, we're now in December. We're now in December, and you made the first letter was in the middle of October. So at some point prior to that, there must have been discussions about doing this. Do you recall when you were first aware of discussions about applying to for inclusion on the DSM for DeMix?
I don't recall the exact date when we started talking about Varennes going on the DSM. No, I do not.
Okay, so if you don't recall the exact date, could you give me an approximate date? Whether it's season or month?
based on what I'm seeing, I don't recall, and again, I don't like to speculate here, but based on what I'm seeing, it would have been in October, November of that year, having those discussions.
At least when you were, that's when you were first, well, it wouldn't have been in November and when you first did. If you sent the letter on October 15th, it must have been at some point prior to your sending that email, that letter. Okay, but are you saying you don't recall any discussion prior to October of 2007 about applying for inclusion on the DSM?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you recall if anyone informed you about prior discussions or when the decision was made?
I do not recall.
Okay. Okay, that concludes my questions, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. So it's now almost 10 past. Let's adjourn until 2:25, and you can discuss with council how much time they require for further examination of Mr. Chanikas.
We will do that. Registrar, if we could go to an all council room for a few minutes. Thank you.
Okay. And otherwise, we'll stand adjourned until 2:25.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner, Council, Mr. Janicas.
Afternoon.
The Participants Council, we've conferred about their timing and so forth, so I think it'll be a fairly short afternoon. Mr. Chen, Council for the City, is going to go first, followed by Mr. Burry for the MTO and Ms. McAleer for Dufferin. He's muted. Mr. Chen, I think you're muted at your end.
Thank you for letting me know. So let me just start over. Commissioner, Mr. Janicas, good afternoon. I have a small number of questions for you. You testified about ignition oven testing and the concerns around that earlier today, and I just want to clarify a point in one of your emails. Can we please bring up DUF 1966? This is an email from you to Dr. Uzarowski on July 17th, 2007, and copying others. And in the second paragraph, if you can just zoom in on that for the benefit of Mr. Janicas. That starts with a concern. So here you talk about ignition oven testing results and Dufferin's understanding. Is that correct?
I see what's written yet.
Okay. And you go on to make a reference in the third sentence. However, it is not a requirement of the contract. I take it that means that the aggregate here, the mix, did not have to pass the ignition oven test to be acceptable. Is that fair?
It means that the percent breakdown of aggregate and ignition oven testing is not a requirement of the contract.
Okay, understood. Thank you. But since, as I understand it, Golder had raised this issue with ignition oven testing, Dufferin went ahead to specifically address or resolve that concern?
Yes.
Okay, so now if we can pull up a different document, GOL 1763. Okay, so with respect to the concern arising from the ignition oven testing, I understand that the attribute in question was the breakdown discovered in the ignition oven testing at high temperatures. Is that fair?
Yes.
And the micro Duval testing measures breakdown of the aggregate through abrasion. Is that correct?
I'm sorry. Can you blow that up for me, please? Thank you.
Yeah, the key paragraphs.
Sorry.
The key paragraphs of the first three. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, what was your question?
No, it's the micro Duval testing that measures the breakdown of the aggregate through abrasion. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah. That's correct.
And as I understand from what is being said in the email, it's the positive micro Duval results that resolved any issues with the breakdown that was discovered in the ignition oven testing.
It's reaffirmation that the micro Duval for this particular aggregate is positive result. And micro Duval, and because they were seeing breakdown in the ignition oven, this is just again confirmation that it meets the physical requirement.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
I believe Mr. Burry is next for the MTO.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner. Hello, Mr. Janikas. My name is Colin Bray. I'm counsel for the Ministry of Transportation. I have some questions I'd like to ask you about the evidence you gave this morning. First, I want to ask you about your knowledge of early age friction issues with SMA. We heard from you this morning that you worked closely with Mr. Gamble. And we've also heard from Mr. Gamble that he was on the board of FMPA for about a decade. Would it be fair to say that you heard about SMA early age friction concerns at some point through him?
I don't want to speculate, but I don't recall. I don't recall. Is it possible that I heard about? Yes, it's possible, but that'd be speculation.
And so when you say it's possible, is there a certain time frame where it's possible you heard about it in 2008, 2009?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't recall.
And just so I have that clear, you say you don't recall. Does that mean you did hear about the issue at some point before reviewing documents for this inquiry and you just don't remember the date? Or is it possible that you never heard about early age friction issues with SMA?
I don't recall ever hearing about it back then in detail. Could I have known through seminars? Yes, I would have. I wouldn't have been involved heavily. I don't recall ever teaching myself about any of that. So that I do remember. And then when reviewing for this inquiry, yeah, then I did hear about it here.
Okay. And based on what you've said to me now, I take it then that you never contacted anyone at the MTO to collect more information about early age friction concerns for SMA. Is that right?
I don't recall, but I don't think I ever did.
And after 2007, I take it then that you also never contacted anyone at MTO to discuss any friction issues with the Red Hill pavement. Is that right?
I would not have called the MTO about the Red Hill. If I was making any phone calls, it would be with the city. And I don't recall ever making any phone calls to the city on that issue.
Okay. The other issue I want to ask you a couple questions about is the DMIX aggregates DSM approval request that you submitted. Do you remember talking about that with Mr. Lewis this morning?
I do.
I understand that your evidence is that you submitted the DMIX aggregates DSM approval request at Mr. Gamble's direction. Is that right?
It would have been, I think what I said was most likely Mr. Gamble, but it would have been senior management at Dufferin. Was it specifically Mr. Gamble? I don't recall, but it would have been the senior management at Dufferin Construction that would have instructed me to do so.
Okay. And apart from that 2007 correspondence, the December 7th correspondence we looked at this morning, after the Red Hill project opened to the public, I take it you didn't follow up on the status of the DSM application?
Yeah, and that's when I think I said I had a vague recollection of the email. It was more of an introductory email for our sister company, which is DMIX, and then they follow through on the process. I think I eventually heard that it did get placed on the DSM. But other than that, I wasn't involved in the day-to-day with the DSM process.
Do you know when you heard about it being?
I don't remember. I don't remember the exact time.
And do you remember how you found out? Who told you?
No, I don't. It would most likely have a conversation.
Okay, and so just so I'm clear, so you did find out about it at some point, but apart from that December 7th, 2007 correspondence that we looked at this morning, you personally didn't have any further involvement in the actual DSM application, correct?
No, I was not involved with the day-to-day or any of it from that point forward, to my recollection.
Okay, those are my questions, Commissioner.
Okay.
And Ms. Roberts does not have any questions, so Ms. McAleer for Dufferin is next.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner. Mr. Janikas, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Great. Just two areas that I wanted to cover off with you. What quality control procedures would Dufferin have conducted on the Red Hill during the paving process? So once you start paving on August 1st, what quality control procedures is Dufferin conducting?
For the asphalt, so at the asphalt plant, we had a laboratory. They'd be taking in the morning. They'd be taking plant samples to check the mix right as it starts up in the morning. They'd be in some days they'd be taking samples of the stockpiles for the individual aggregates, just for process control and quality control to make sure that what we're getting in, because things are coming in day to day, still meet the requirements, and it did. We're also testing the field samples that are coming in for the placed hot mix and testing them for mixed properties. We also have a nuclear densometer on site, checking the rolling pattern and checking compaction. And then you're also doing thickness checks from time to time, making sure that the pavement thickness is where it needs to be. I think that pretty much covers it. You're doing temperature checks at the back of the paver to make sure that the mix coming onto the site is the appropriate temperature. You're also making adjustments should you find, like even in the morning sample, if it's slightly off or you see it going into a trend, you would make an adjustment at the plant to bring it back in so that control is in place, as well as field samples. Any of the field samples that you would get from the hot mix, you'd be making similar adjustments.
Okay, so that was quite a bit. So let me just see if I can get a little more information on each. So the plant samples that are taken in the morning, is that done every day?
Yep. Every day of production.
And how quickly do you get the results from those plant samples?
It could take anywhere from 3 to 4 hours. Like you're checking, but you get results throughout the course of those 3 or 4 hours. The complete set of results comes after 3 or 4 hours, but things like percent AC or gradation is much quicker. That's within an hour, and density checks through the MRD. That's typically within 2 hours, just to make sure that the plant's still producing the product within the parameters of the contract. And then you need to make adjustments. So in that course of that 3 or 4 hours, you're getting results, gradation percent AC first, gradation, then density, and then finally air voids.
And sorry, just where is the plant in relation to the project?
The plant is very close to the project. Where was it? Was it on Niwo and Storchurch? It was around that area. So was within 10 kilometers from the other end of the project, 10, 15 kilometers.
And you mentioned stockpile testing. What does that involve?
Gradation. So you're checking the aggregates for gradation and percent moisture as well. So as part of one of the parameters for producing asphalt, if you know what the moisture content of the aggregates going in, you can plug that in as a parameter for for producing asphalt, so it can compensate for the water that's evaporated through the production of asphalt in that process.
And you mentioned the nuclear density testing. Is that the compaction testing?
Yes.
And how often is that checked?
It's consistent throughout the day.
And sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. No, finish your answer.
No, I was just going to say it's consistent. So you're checking every 5-10 minutes sometimes. After you establish the rolling pattern, you might not be as frequent because you've already established a rolling pattern, and then you're just doing spot checks from time to time. But it's a very constant process through the entire day.
And what happens to those test results, the compaction test results?
When you don't record all of them because you're literally doing hundreds of test results. And I believe on this project it was QA for acceptance, not QC, so it's all internal. Those results may have been placed in a diary for the technician doing the testing itself and writing down the rolling pattern. But other than that, it's not recorded. It's like I said, it's a constant process, and you're constantly using it for adjustments, not necessarily for accepting the asphalt.
So can you explain that? Because you said this was a QA for acceptance. What does that mean?
My recollection is, so Golders would be doing parallel compaction testing with their own nuclear densimeters as QA, and those results would be the ones used for final acceptance of the product.
And do I understand that you do your own testing to make sure you're paving correctly, but also in the event that there's a dispute between you and Golder, you each have your tests. Is that correct?
As part of it, but the main focus there is just to make sure and to ensure that the product being placed is in the confines of the envelopes of the contract.
And then you mentioned thickness tests. How often are those typically conducted?
That would actually be done by the foreman, so that's behind the screen, but it's also part of the quality control process. And he would check probably every 100 meters or so.
Checking the thickness of the mat, is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
And then finally, you mentioned temperature checks. Can you tell us a little bit more about what a temperature check entails?
You're just simply checking the temperature of the asphalt as it's being placed.
And is that something you do once, or is that something you do more than once during the day?
It's consistent throughout the day.
All right. Then the only other thing I wanted to ask you is that you were asked some questions about the MTO skid tests that were done in October of 2007. And in particular, Mr. Lewis asked you whether or not those results were sent to you. And I believe your answer was you had no specific recollection of receiving them. Do you remember those questions and the answer you gave?
Yep.
Right. Do you know if skid tests that were conducted by the MTO were typically sent to Dufferin on MTO projects that you did?
The results of the skid test, you mean? That's not a typical piece of information that we get from MTO contracts. No, it's not.
Thank you. Those are all of my questions, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay.
I don't have any follow-up questions.
Okay. So I take it we don't have anything else we have to deal with this afternoon. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Murray is unavailable this afternoon and therefore is making himself available tomorrow. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Expected to be a longer day tomorrow. In the meantime, there being nothing else to do this afternoon, we'll stand adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.